All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well on this. What is it, Friday now? Yeah, definitely losing track of the days. It's Friday. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Yeah, if you want to help the stream out, that's the easiest way to do so. But yeah, as you can see, the schedule, as I have continued to say on the channels, a little bit all over the place. Not streaming on days where I normally would be, streaming at different times. So again, that will continue for probably a little while, and I appreciate you guys bearing with me. But I also appreciate you showing up on short notice. But we have some interesting stuff to talk about today. Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason, I thought it was Thursday. Not sure why. Yeah, we'll be talking about Crimson Desert. Is this my new schedule? It's a temporary schedule. Yeah, I mean, you can see that I've been doing some afternoon and evening streams, just later than normal streams. It is temporary. I don't know how temporary, like maybe a few more weeks. I can't imagine it taking that much longer. Like, I don't think it's going to be like another month or something like that. We'll just say like end of March, beginning of April is probably when things will start to even out again, go back to normal. Microsoft misled the public. Helix is not a PC because it requires dev kits to make games on Helix. PC doesn't use dev kits. That's the thing that separates the PC from consoles. Microsoft lied to us. Yeah, we're going to be talking a little bit about Crimson Desert. There was the first analysis done by Digital Foundry. And, people are. I don't know. I'm seeing something strange happen with Crimson Desert. It seems like people are either very happy and satisfied with what they're seeing, or they're just focusing on like one area of the game that I don't know if it's ruining the game for them or if they're just mad at PlayStation or, not PlayStation, but they're mad at the lack of optimization on the PS5 Pro. We're going to talk about that though. We're going to be talking about the next gen consoles. We have another reliable insider once again, like coming out and saying, guys, the PlayStation 6 is coming next year. Guys, I don't think this console is getting delayed. I'm really starting to think that as we see these reliable leakers who've proven to be, credible, they're all coming out and they're saying the same thing, and they're like, it's not getting delayed. Like at least not right now. Like right now, Sony is still planning on shipping this console. See, I would assume November 2027. But we also have official information for Xbox Helix as well. Thank you, Dillo. I told you this a year ago. Delaying it only cost them more. That's true, early 90s gamer. You did say that. I think I remember. You think Sony is not going to be stupid and give Xbox a year ahead? They're still competing no matter what we say. Well, I'll tell you what, man. The internet has a way of kind of not obscuring. I guess obscuring is the right word. Kind of obscuring the truth about a certain product or situation. And some of the reactions I've been seeing to Xbox Helix, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. I'm certain that a lot of what I'm seeing is just kind of isolated. It's not indicative of the bigger picture and the wider market. But it's interesting to see that Microsoft is, they're seemingly building some amount of excitement for this device. But as I've said and will continue to say, I believe that the bubble is going to be burst for a lot of people, that excitement bubble, when the price is announced. But, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of people in denial about how much these devices are going to cost. But yeah, we're going to talk about that. And it's worth noting that Microsoft did make it clear, like, they're PC focused. You know what I mean? we've been trying to decipher, like, is Helix, is it more PC? Is it console? They're calling it a console. What is this? What is a hybrid exactly in this space? Surely it's going to have to lean toward more towards one or the other. And it seems like Microsoft is making it pretty clear that, yeah, we're leaning towards PC, and I guess that's not too surprising, but it's good to get that confirmation. The only thing to be excited over for the next gen is more powerful hardware. The software will release very slowly, and we probably won't be getting many new experiences. It is difficult to say right now. A lot of people look at this generation and believe this gen was very strange and very, different and bizarre for multiple reasons. The chances of that, kind of compounding with the next gen, I guess it's certainly possible. For sure, for sure. Let me see here. The PS5 was teased 1 year out, so news by the end of the year, early next year. Well, yeah, that's the thing. People are talking about the PlayStation 6 and the fact that, like, Helix is being talked about quite extensively by Microsoft. But I do need to remind people that, keep in mind that Sony is doing well right now. They're in the opposite position that PlayStation is in, or that Xbox is in. I mean, Xbox is in a position where their console is not selling. Like, they're wrapping up. Their generation is over already. It's been over for like a little while now. So Microsoft has a lot of incentive to really start to kind of push this now and get it out there now. Sony has probably their biggest holiday season ever in the history of PlayStation coming up. So it makes zero sense for Sony to even acknowledge the PlayStation 6. But we know how this works. We didn't hear about the PlayStation 5, like you said, until like January 2020 at CES, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I would expect Sony to only start talking about the PlayStation 6 in an official capacity in early 2027. Ray, a member for 54 months, says EGC that Xbox is adding features that the PlayStation 5 has right now and acting like they're revolutionizing the industry when PlayStation did it 5 years ago. Crazy AF. Yeah, I know. I saw what you sent me, Ray, and it's interesting, man. It's interesting to see, again, people's reactions to this, where it's like some of the same people who were really trying to downplay certain aspects of the PlayStation 5, like, the IO throughput and whatnot, and just the overall speed of the device, things like that. Did I see the new video about what video you're talking about Moore's Law, his video? No, I haven't seen it. It looks like they reverse engineered the PlayStation dev kit. Yeah, maybe. When do we think we'll see the next showcase? If you're talking about PlayStation, like an actual PlayStation showcase, not till next year. Probably not till next year. Prince G, a member for 24 months, says Moore's Law is Dead's breakdown of how Helix may not offer Steam is really enlightening. Helix is absolutely DOA, bro. What did he say? What do you mean? He's I mean, I didn't watch the video that he put out. Is he's saying that it won't get Steam? Bro. What? No, that can't be. That can't be. At least I don't see how it could be. That's like the big thing here. Helix will offer native ports. So you're saying rather than offering the Steam storefront, they'll offer like native PC ports or like Windows Store versions? I'm not sure. He said PC games, but Microsoft isn't specifically saying Steam, but Microsoft Store. Native ports that can be scaled down, dude. If they don't get Steam on this device, yeah, it is over. Like, Steam is half the reason people are even remotely interested in this thing. I mean, any of the people that I see getting excited about it, it's definitely the PC aspect of it that they're getting excited about, like the fact that they can have access to Steam in that entire storefront. He's making an assumption. I mean, look, everything we've heard says that we'll have Steam. Everything we've heard. What? Sorry, I'm like, why is my phone blowing up? Steam is the main reason people want it, from what I've seen. That's what I've seen as well. Was I sick for a while? Saying whatever you have, it's been lingering for over a week. Yeah, I was sick for like a month. That's what I felt like. Like, not like terribly sick for the entire month, but there were some bad moments throughout the month, but it did linger for a while. Luckily, it's okay now. MBGM having a ball watching these PC and Xbox port beg over Soros. Yeah, I saw this. I covered it in a video that I just released. I saw how, um, you know, Push Square was highlighting the fact that the official Housemark Twitter account has been putting out little clips of Soros, and so many of the replies are just people, it's just PC players either port begging or just, you know, basically saying how they like it's not fair or they need to put it on PC. And it's just no, they don't. It doesn't like, dude, the people who are spending time port begging for these games on PC, like, understand these games were not purchased. Like, Returnal didn't do anything on Steam, man. Like, it didn't do anything on Steam. And if they were to do like a day one release of Soros, I'm hard pressed to believe that it's going to be that big of a difference maker. I mean, maybe it could, but even then, it's like, at what cost? The cost of telling people you don't have to buy our console, and that cost isn't worth it. So to see people begging for it and getting upset, I mean, it makes sense considering like the news we just got. But like, come on, you know, like, come on, just buy a PlayStation. If you want to play Soros that bad, buy a PlayStation, and then just keep the PlayStation for exclusives. People, you don't see people crying and complaining about Nintendo games. You know, do you think Sony will have 3 Game of the Year nominations this year with Soros, Wolverine, and Kana? No, I don't think so. I don't think it'll be all 3. Soros, I think, could be in the running depending on how it reviews. I'm expecting big things from it. Wolverine, I'm not sure. We have to see how Wolverine turns out. I'm feeling pretty confident about it. Kana could be great too, but there's a lot of great games coming out this year, so I don't know about that, man. You're saying Square Enix is a joke now? Why are you saying that? Oh, because that game that they won't release on PlayStation? Yeah, Square is a joke, dude, like half the time. That's what I've learned about them. Like, dude, they don't even know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. They struck some deals with Sony and they were unsatisfied with the results. And then, they were like, okay, we got to go like talk up Xbox. And they found out real quick that, oh, if you think you did bad on PlayStation, wait until you see what happens on Xbox. And now they're really kind of leaning into Switch, which makes more sense. But that's weird to me, man. Like, they'll come out here and be like, yeah, we're embracing multi-platform. And then it's like, actually, we're not going to release this on PlayStation. And it's like, okay, that's 93 plus million people you're choosing not to release your game to. That's fine. Like, good luck, I guess. But it doesn't bother me because I'm not interested in whatever that game is. So You think Nintendo is behind this one? They have the rights to Bravely. It could be, but I mean, they're letting it release on Xbox though. That's kind of weird. Not so sure about that. Square lost big on failed games and want to blame Sony. Well, let me go over this real quick. So it says today's slew of GDC 2026 presentations included a surprisingly interesting keynote talk from Jason Ronald, the vice president at Xbox, providing some insight into the next gen of Xbox hardware with Project Helix. Included in that was the confirmation that the alpha versions of Project Helix development kits won't be going out to developers until 2027, which sparked plenty of concern about the final release dates for the next gen hardware. If game developers won't go hands on with Project Helix until next year, what's the earliest players will get their chance? 2028? 2030? Well, according to known AMD leaker Kepler L2, the plan for both Xbox Helix and Sony's PlayStation 6 is to not make players wait that long. Instead, the plan is still to have both devices out by holiday 2027. What's more is that the rumored PlayStation handheld device is also still set to arrive around the same time, according to Kepler L2. They didn't offer any more information beyond the fact that all three devices still have the same release window, and that hasn't changed. Now, it's important to highlight that this is coming from uh, a known leaker, Kepler L2, right after Moore's Law is Dead, also is saying the same thing. Moore's Law is Dead is letting us know that, yeah, like these things, and it's just funny because like people are like getting all upset and stuff, but it's like, I mean, regardless, it's still happening. I'm not saying delays couldn't still happen down the line, but they clearly want to release around holiday 2027. And John Hipcrit says, you see the recent report, NVIDIA now has 95% of market on GPUs. AMD only has 4%. The other 1% is for everyone else. No wonder they work with PlayStation and Xbox on consoles so much. They really need that. Yeah, if that's true, I didn't see that report, but that 95% of the market share, bro, what? Like, is that just for PC gaming or is that just for everything? Because I know NVIDIA, they're a big supplier of components for the data centers, right? Or am I wrong about that? I don't follow NVIDIA that closely, but yeah, AMD, I mean, dude, when it comes to their partnership with PlayStation and Xbox, they do need it. You know, it's very important for them. And it's very important for PlayStation. And I would assume Microsoft. I mean, what would Microsoft do at this point? I mean, there was talks that they might go to Intel or something. I'm like, I don't know about that. But yeah, I mean, that's Nvidia. I don't know what I've seen recently about Nvidia. Granted, like I said, I don't follow them closely, but I've seen like a few things here and there, people getting upset with them because they feel like they've turned on PC players or something in favor of pushing AI and helping these corporations with their AI data centers. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just random stuff I've come across. It could be totally false, but AMD, you're saying it's because AMD GPU's main focus is mid-range GPU. If you want high-end GPUs, you go to NVIDIA. If RAM and storage prices keep going up, I would hope that companies would want to hold off, but I could see them not waiting and never lowering the prices once other factors change to make more money. They've completely shifted to AI. I mean, it makes sense why they would do that from like a business standpoint, you know? We should watch Moore's Law is Dead's video. Great info on PS6 and Xbox. Which video are you talking about? Like the latest one he just put out? I don't know if I want to react to it right away. I feel, it always feels a little weird to immediately react to somebody's video. Only because, you got to like let them get their views, let it go through the algorithm and whatnot. like a code of conduct on YouTube of sorts. AMD is catching up to NVIDIA. FSR and PSSR have pretty much or almost caught up to DLSS. Well, hold on, let me close this out real quick. I'm just trying to see what his latest video is about because everybody keeps talking about it. Xbox Helix GDC analysis killing Steam and PlayStation 6 with AMD RDNA 5 ray tracing. Interesting. Hold on. It's time-stamped here. Why? Hold on. Let me check his timestamps. Why Xbox Helix is still kind of a console. Xbox wants to kill Steam on Windows. Here's how. Xbox confirmed RDNA 5 ray tracing is insane. Why PS6 and Helix will be a larger uplift than last gen. Xbox Helix versus PS6, which is meaningfully faster. Very interesting stuff here. Huh. Wonder what the Xbox wants to kill Steam on Windows. What does that mean? Sony and the AMD partnership was meant to challenge NVIDIA. I wish I could say I'm excited for next gen, but I'm not. I may actually stay on the Pro cadence going forward. It's not like PS5 won't be supported for years. Well, I mean, I've told people before that if you're not interested in the PS6, you will probably be safe on the PlayStation 5 for many years to come. Yeah. Will I be buying Crimson Desert now? I'm not sure. I'm still kind of torn on it. I've been watching more footage of it, but I don't know, man. Like, it looks good in some areas, but I don't understand the hype. I'm going to be honest. Like, I do and I don't. I understand the hype to an extent that it looks like a big game, like sandbox type game where you can do so many different things. And it's like, you could do this, you could do that. Look at all these different things you can do. And, you know, nothing I've seen about it looks bad. Like, it doesn't look bad at all. But, like, this next level hype that it's getting. Like, it's getting, like, this next level. I'm like, what? But I'm not seeing what that is. Like, I can't identify what it is about this game that's making people lose their minds. Like, is it because you get a jetpack? John Hipgreat saying, why all the tweets? Which ones? Which tweets? You mean the tweets that I put out today? I only put out one tweet about Crimson Desert today. But I don't know. I was going to put out another one asking people if they were going to buy it on console or PC, but I'm like, I see a lot of tweets for Crimson Desert. I'll tell you that. The biggest thing I'm seeing right now, maybe it's because of the one that I put out, but it's because of people being like, look at the part of Digital Foundry. They said it runs at 30 frames. And I'm like, yeah, bro, but they said they played it for 20 hours. And that was like the only real instance that they've seen any problems. But I don't know. But maybe Digital Foundry, you know, maybe they're. When you consider what was said before Xbox One and before Series Xboxes and what actually happened, on top of the fact that Xbox has never succeeded for real as most successful. Well, I mean, look, man, I understand why people want to be excited for Xbox Helix, and I see some of the dumbest. I don't know if like calling it dumb is fair. Like maybe it sounds like hyper aggressive, but like I see just I don't know, man. Like I just see replies from people where it's like, I don't want to see a reply from you anymore. I'm gonna block you because you're fucking annoying. You know, like you sound like a delusional. I don't know. I'm gonna cut it short there. John Hipcrit, you're saying it does look ass on console. To be fair, I don't think it looks ass. I mean, I think that's being pretty aggressive. But I don't like. I just don't get it. And I accept that. They're just sometimes there are games that I see and they blow up, and I'm like, yeah, it doesn't look bad, but I don't get it. There's some games that I do think look kind of bad, and I still don't get it. This game to me, like I'm thinking about it because it is like a big single player game. It does look like there is a lot on offer, but I worry that it's going to be one of these games where it's like I'm going to start playing it and I'll be like, I don't know, man. Like, is this going to be a game that's going to take like 30 hours before it clicks for me? You know, boss, what's up, man? Okay. 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 All right. Okay. Where did he come from? No, it's not because of the camera, I don't think. Don't don't bite that. All right, here. I'm not gonna make you wait because I'm streaming at a later time. Boss is very confused. He's like, why didn't I get my treats already? Um, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think Crimson Desert looks bad by any means. I just don't have any like over the top hype for it, like I see with like a lot of people talking about it. Not hearing anything about the story. Yeah, I haven't heard much about that either. MBG, I'm just lurking, saying hi to you in the chat. What's up, everyone? What's up, Shadowlink? You got, yeah, I know my time's off again, man. I know. I appreciate you still stopping by though. Uh, we live and die by your orders, boss. Just ask for a code for Crimson Desert. Well, I mean, I don't know. Well, if I were to buy it, I would want to get it physically, you know? Telling boss to stop trying to flash the camera. Yeah, I know, dude. John Hipcrit, you're saying you need the old 90% cutscenes, 10% gameplay. Stop trolling me, John Hipcrit. Stop trolling me. All right? It's 80% cutscenes, 20% gameplay. Get it right. No, I mean, look, man, I've played big, open, sprawling games before, but we'll see. I don't know. We'll see where I'm at. I'm still playing Resident Evil. I'm trying to do my Insanity playthrough, and yeah, it's no joke. And once I platinum that, we'll see where I'm at. You know, I might be feeling it and go for it, but if not, you know, I'm not going to stress over it. Although, you know, if it gets like 10 out of 10s, it's like this got a 94 on Metacritic. I'm like, okay, I guess I do got to play this. Michael, what's up, man? Thank you. I appreciate that. You're saying I look great. Thank you, bro. Very kind. Physical version needs a 50 gigabyte download to work. I saw that. Oh, sorry, boss. I saw that. That won't stop me from buying a game physically. Like I'm not that much of a purist. It's like the whole thing is another disc. It's like I don't care. Like that's okay. I still will buy it physically, and I'm still gonna play the game and enjoy it. You know, I'm not gonna like that's not one of the things that's gonna make me melt down. I mean, I understand why some people are frustrated by it, but it's like, bro, that's not. I don't care that much. Let's see how long boss is just gonna chill here. You good, bro? What's wrong with you? What the fuck's wrong with my cat? Why are you seizing? Stop spasming. Don't look at me like that. He's crimsoning out. Oh. All right. Come on, man. What are you doing? John Hipcrit saying kind of defeats the purpose. I mean, to a degree. To a degree. I guess. But like, I don't know. Internet connection for me has never been a problem. Like, if the day comes where I have my physical copy of Crimson Desert, like, I'll put it to you this way. If this was like every game did this, I'd be like, yeah, it's pretty much defeating the purpose of physical games, like entirely, if it was all games. But on PlayStation, it's not as common. And again, this is a game that I'm not really too fixated on. So it's like, all right, is Boss okay? He's fine. Now I was just rocking my leg and he was standing on it. So it looked like he was like convulsing. He's good. He's good. But yeah, like I understand why people get upset about it, but I'm not going to throw a fit about it. I don't care that much. Like for me, it's just give me the box, give me the game, and if I ever run into a situation where it's like, you can't play this game because not everything's on the disc, I'd be like, wow, okay, that's really annoying and that sucks. What PS6 game or new IP do you think could set a new bar after GTA 6? Oh, I have no idea. GTA 7? Nah, Red Dead 3? I don't know. See, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. To me, what's kind of wild about Crimson Desert is I'm seeing people make comparisons to Red Dead Redemption 2, and I'm like, what? Like, that's where they start to really lose me, where I'm like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't understand where those comparisons are coming from. Like, I don't think there's any game that can really truly be compared to Red Dead 2. But like I haven't seen anything of this game that makes me think like that's like Red Dead Redemption 2 levels right there. Like I'm not trying to like be mean towards the game because again, I think the game looks like it from what I can tell, Crimson Desert looks like it's doing a lot of things better than other games, certainly. But I don't know. That to me, that's kind of a stretch. I'm just not seeing it. The chicken game will? Oh yeah, true. The chicken game, the buff chicken game. Hell yeah. 9 foot tall buff chicken. New Kojima game? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, if he makes it PlayStation 6 only and tries to like max out the console, we could see something crazy with that. I mean, look, maybe I'm overhyping GTA 6, but I don't think anything's going to touch GTA 6 for many, many, many years. I think it's going to be a long time. GTA 6 will obviously be ported to PS6 at some point and PC, and it's going to go on for a long time. Which studio could come out and produce something that can match that level of detail, that attention to detail, and at that scale? I mean, I can't say any Sony games because Sony doesn't make games like that. You know what I mean? Like Sony doesn't make big, sandbox open world GTA like games. But I don't know. Really excited for GTA 6. C9, what's up, man? But yeah, getting back to the Xbox side of things here and the PlayStation 6 side of things. I just, I feel like people are getting a little bit tired, myself included, of like, oh, here's here's the release of the PlayStation 6. It's coming in 2028 or 2029. Oh wait, actually no, other insiders are saying it's not getting delayed. But I think where we are right now is it's pretty clear that as of right now, neither of these console manufacturers have decided to delay any device. Helix is not delayed, PS6 is not delayed, handheld's not delayed. And that doesn't mean they can't be, but it does indicate to me that they really do want to lock in to get these devices out by holiday 2027. And I'm just starting, as we go further into this year and we continue to see these insiders reiterate this, these reliable insiders. I don't know, man. I'm thinking like they're going to do what they got to do. Think about the fact that what we've seen so far of GTA 6 wasn't using PSSR 2.0. Yeah, not only that, but it's not fully polished yet either. You know, I think there's, dude, even just the screenshots that Rockstar has dropped for GTA 6, when you just look at them, it's like, bro, what? And like this is captured on a base PS5. Are you kidding me? Like that to me is just, it's stuff like that that elevates GTA 6 above pretty much everything else. Where I think there's going to be a lot of amazing games, obviously coming this year, next year, the year after. But I don't know. You guys do know. I've talked about it extensively. For me, GTA 6 is going to achieve something that will not be surpassed for many, many, many years after it drops. And maybe I'm overhyping it. Maybe I'm delusional. But that's just that's my genuine evaluation after everything we've seen and heard so far. Orange Crush Gaming, a member for 70 months. Orange Crush, thank you. Thank you so much for that. You're saying, hey, BG, how's it going? By the way, did you beat Mafia the Old Country? If you did, what did you think of it? I did beat it. I got the platinum. I loved it. I mean, that to me is a great example of a game that is, you know, it still feels pretty AAA, you know, but it's not. It feels like a AAA game that's like a generation or two old, you know, and it gets everything that it needs to get right, or it does everything it needs to do well enough. There are certainly drawbacks to it where, you know, the combat is pretty simplistic, pretty basic. Um, I do think that they dropped the ball with the open world aspect of it, where it's like, okay, go collect like 150 things in this open world, and that's like literally it. Um, you know, it can be fun for like the first 15 minutes, but then it gets really like, okay, this is a drag. But but I love the story. I love the characters. I love the writing. The performances were incredible. It was very cinematic, and I really enjoyed that. And I did enjoy the gameplay. The gameplay was fun overall. So yeah, man, it was a game that I'm glad I played, and I think that was a game I platinumed in January. You love Mafia: The Old Country. It isn't trying to be big, but is big. Love the game. Yeah, that's how it kind of feels. Where it's like we're not trying to be the biggest game, but it's still kind of, I don't know. It it manages to feel a little bit bigger. Like it feels like it's punching above its budget. I think is the best way to put it. Michael Werneth with a $10 chat says, "Chat, should I buy a PS5 Pro?" Hold on, let me do a poll. Here we go. Well, so far, over 75% of the votes are saying yes. Hmm. I'm thinking you might not want to buy it, Michael. That's what I'm thinking. Kidding, of course. But yeah, Mafia: The Old Country is a really fun game. Are you sure GTA 6 was not delayed for the online mode on launch? Well, no, because I don't think GTA Online 2, whatever the second iteration of it, I don't think it's going to launch day and date with GTA 6. Uh, PS6 ain't till 2029. Well, yeah, that's the only thing I would tell you, Michael, is keep in mind that one of the things I just went over here is the fact that, you know, um the PS6 might still be coming next year, man. So as long as you're okay with that, Clark, careful. Okay. And we have Matato's here. And Michael Wernick. Oh, Michael, bro. Wait, you said here's your reward. Thank you. He rewarded the chat. He rewarded me as well, I guess, for having the chat participate. Michael Wernick comes in and he drops 20 member gifts for you guys.
Holy shit.
Michael does it again. He's so hyped to buy a PS5 Pro. He says the MBG army has spoken. Michael, thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate it. I'm going to add that to the goal. And Clark's over here running around. Mateo, I'm going to read what you just said. Just give me one moment to update the goal here. And just like that, we are 5 away from being able to feed. I gave Boss a couple of treats earlier. I felt bad for him because he's all messed up. He doesn't know what's going on anymore. He thinks I'm not giving him treats anymore. We're not feeding the beast. And I'm like, nah, we're just streaming a little bit later. But yeah, Michael, thank you so much, man. I appreciate the way you support the channel and the community. And yeah, guys, if you want to help support the channel, you can gift memberships like Michael has. You can become a member. You know, you guys have been dropping super chats, direct donations. These are all ways in which you can support what I do here. I am completely fan funded. I can only do this because you make it possible. So thank you all so much for that. And as I say that, Shadowlink comes in. He's still lurking. He's still lurking. He drops another 5 for you guys, and he gets us to the goal. So Shadowlink with the shadow drop. Once again, thank you for that. I'm going to give
Boasty, read me.
Boss a few more treats here. I only gave him a few earlier because, you know, careful. Don't put your... Okay. These cats. I don't know what it is. There you go, man. I don't know what it is about these cats and just wanting to flash you guys. We do it for Boss. Corey would be proud of you guys. And Luna and Clark are coming in here too, so I'll feed them their treats when he's finished. But thank you guys for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you for getting us to 25 on the day. We'll see if you guys want to keep it going on this Friday afternoon, by all means. And yeah, Michael, it's looking like, based off the votes we got so far, almost 80% are saying you should buy a Pro. So just do keep in mind that PS6 might still be coming next year. But yeah, the Pro's great. I have no problem recommending it, just as long as people are aware that you might only get, if you're planning on upgrading day one to the PS6, you might only get like 1, maybe 2 years out of it before you're ready to upgrade again. I'm going to go in reverse order here. John Hipcrit says, sadly, GTA Online is basically the main game now. That's true. That's true. But I still think the story of GTA 6 will be amazing, you know, and something that you can always go back to. But yeah, GTA Online that's their cash cow. Oh, Michael, bro. That a $42 direct donation from Michael. He says, for Mrs. MBG. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Why didn't it read? Oh, okay. It was delayed. I was very confused for a second. Yo, Michael Wernick dropped a $50 direct donation, but then a $42 direct donation. The first one he says for MBG because we love him, and then the $42 direct donation he says for Mrs. MBG at fair market value for women because we love her too. Michael, bro, you're too kind, man. You're too kind. Thank you. That's crazy. Bro just dropped 20 member gifts for you guys and nearly $100 direct donation. Michael, I don't know what to say, man, other than thank you. Really, that's too kind. You guys are awesome. I appreciate that support. I feel bad because my stream schedule's been all over the place, and I know a lot of you guys have, you know, you're so used to showing up at specific times. And I was kind of nervous that, like, man, having to do these later streams or, my schedule being all over the place, I was kind of afraid the streams wouldn't go well. But you guys are still showing up and still showing great support. So thank you. Thank you for that. Sorry if I sound like a broken record. I know I always do. Hold on. I do want to make sure I read Mateto and what he said here, though, because he dropped a lengthy super chat. Where's it at here? He says, "Hey, let me explain why console wars are understandable in passionate gaming communities. The key word is folklore." Whoa. "Look at soccer. Fans go crazy defending why their team is the best and support every decision. In my country, some even get violent." Oh, whoa. Oh, I think this is secretly Rich Rod here. Hopefully that never happens with consoles. Okay, maybe it's not Rich Rod. Passion creates rivalry. Without it, gaming would be boring. Interesting. So, Mateto, I take it you are pro console war. Well, I mean, I get where you're coming from, man. I've talked about this as well. Like, I think in recent years we've seen people kind of make it seem like it's completely over, right? And it's like totally juvenile. Anybody who even, I mean, I encounter people at this point where it's just like if you even play on console. Like I saw somebody left a comment earlier where they're like, playing on consoles kind of cringe, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what do we? This is the point we're at. Bro says Mateto. I asked him if it was okay if I just call him that. He says it was okay. Because I don't know how else to I don't know how to properly say it. And I feel like if I, that's what I read. But no, I get where you're coming from. I feel like when we look back at the PS4 and the Xbox One, the PS3 and the Xbox 360, even the PlayStation 2 and the original Xbox, and even going beyond just PlayStation and Xbox, you know, I mean, going back to like Sega, and Nintendo, it's. I feel like people tend to downplay how significant of an impact the rivalries that you're speaking of really made on, I would say, just the entire. I don't want to say the entire package of what you got. I mean, it certainly impacted that, but just being involved with it at any level. It's why people talk about, man, the glory days of E3. What made E3 so exciting? What made E3 so exciting is it wasn't companies doing things on their own terms. It was everybody having to congregate into what we called like the Super Bowl of the gaming industry to basically swing at one another. Not. I mean, we're saying like non-violently, but you know what I'm saying? Like they're getting in the ring and they're competing, man. They're trying to one up each other, and we would see that in real time in front of us. Matato is sorry, I'm just getting distracted. And if I didn't read your super chat yet, I didn't miss it. I'm just a little bit behind here. But yeah, like I totally understand where you're coming from, man. And I grew up with that. That's why I'm passionate about it. It's why, like, when I see people right now with the Xbox Helix, they're really trying to talk about it as if it's a competitor to the PlayStation 6. And it's like, I wish it was. That would be great. But it's not. Unless something fundamentally changes about this device and this box in the next year, it is not a PlayStation 6 competitor. And I think what you see is Microsoft still trying to kind of like, we're calling it a console though. And it's like, I know you're calling it a console and that's fine, but it doesn't make it a competitor. Because as you continue to talk about it and reveal more about it, we see that you're making a PC, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But for people like me and many others, it just feels kind of like, well, there's one less traditional console competitor, and all we really have left is Nintendo. And no offense to Nintendo, but like, I'm not really looking at the Switch 2 as like, I'm going to be honest, like, that's not really something that I want to see Sony get aggressive with, because it's like, I'm not worried about what Nintendo's doing. They're doing something totally different. Granted, Sony does have a handheld that will compete with it, but I think you guys understand what I'm saying. It's just the fact that a lot of what defined console gaming, it it was created through these rivalries. It was created through, like, why does Microsoft need Halo? Microsoft needs Halo to be the killer app to compete against the PlayStation 2, because the PlayStation 2 is on fire, because the PlayStation 2 was so dominant at the time. And, it's why Microsoft created Gears of War. It's why they did anything that they did. Sony did everything they did with their exclusives because of Nintendo and Sega, and how they really felt like we got to beat the shit out of these guys. And, it just feels kind of sad that at this time, people do criticize Sony where they're like, well, you're going to get a complacent Sony and a Sony that's on top that doesn't care anymore. And it's like, well, maybe, I'm not sure. They're still doing a lot of things really well, but I think what's just kind of sad is knowing that, well, if Microsoft isn't going to be the one to meet them, right? To match them, nobody else is going to rise up and do that. There's not just going to be another competitor that comes out of the woodwork here. It's not going to be like Google or anything like that suddenly. It's just not happening. And it does start to feel like, damn, like we are reaching some kind of end stage or end game in the console space where, of course, there still will be Sony and Nintendo, but you kind of want to see Microsoft there too. And the fact that they're seemingly bowing out so nonchalantly, it's like, oh, oh, okay, well, I mean, I guess we had no choice but to just accept it. And Alex with the $2 chat says, when do you think the PS6 marketing will start? I think the PlayStation 6 marketing starts January 2027 at CES. I think Sony's going to follow the exact marketing strategy they did for the PS5, where you're going to see the PlayStation 6 logo reveal at CES 2027, and it's going to be really stupid. Just like the PS5 logo reveal. I mean, let's face it, the PS5 logo reveal was stupid, but it was, it just was the fact that, like, oh, here it is, like it's beginning. But yeah, it got clowned on because they just changed the 4 to a 5, and they're going to change the 5 to a 6. And that's okay. I'm all for that. But I think that will be the official beginning of, it is real. We're acknowledging it. And we'll be talking more about it in like March or April. Or Mark Cerny will. We have John Hipcrit. You're saying if rivalry is needed to enjoy games, not a gamer. Not true. I don't think that's true. I don't think rivalry is needed to enjoy the playing of games. I think rivalry is needed in order to get the absolute best that we could possibly get from any given company that's making these games. Now, maybe rivalry can transform. So I'll put it to you this way. Like, just because Microsoft isn't going to try to compete directly with Sony doesn't mean they're going to purposely make bad games. They still need to make good games. They need to make good games that people are going to buy, even if they're on PS5. So there will still be some semblance of rivalry between studios, between development teams. But I just think that I think that when you would see it on a traditional console war scale, it felt like it was upping the ante. You know what I mean? Where it's like, we got to make a game so good that you'll buy a $400 box for. And it's like, yeah, that game's got to be pretty damn good. Like, that game can't just be, I would say that game can't even just be good. That game has to be great. That's my opinion on that. But I think people who want like this totally homogenized gaming future, as I've spoken at length before about, it can be good. Like, there are upsides to that. But there are downsides too, man. And I don't know, I guess for me I'll always lean more towards the hyper competition because, again, it's what I grew up with. It's what I know. And I have seen the benefits of it. And I guess a better way to put that is the downsides of it have never really pushed me away to a degree where it's like, I don't like this. It's never done that. I've never felt that way. But I can understand if like you do embrace like PC gaming or something. And you kind of get to a point where it's like I just want to have access to everything in one space. I can understand why, it's like, well, yeah, this is my home. Like this is the easiest thing now for me to do. I could understand why it's like, yeah, let's just get everything on this level. But I don't know. It just seems like there's always going to be this kind of disconnect between people who prefer the console space and people who prefer like PC gaming and everything kind of being homogenized, right? And Shadowlink with a $10 super chat. He says, MBG, you are not a broken record. You aren't broken at all. You are grateful and it's appreciated. That's why we donate gifts and whatever else. Also, I'm working later, so I'm able to be here. And you're laughing. Oh yeah, I was wondering. I'm like, bro, I think it's getting close to your bedtime, Shadowlink. But thank you. I appreciate that, man. It means a lot. You know, I do worry that I do sound like a broken record, and I don't want to turn people off of the channel because it's like, oh my God, he just keeps repeating himself over and over. But it is just, it's critically important for me to express my appreciation for people who are supporting a channel because, I mean, it's not a lie when I tell you guys that you guys make this possible. So I just think it's very important that you know that and know how thankful I am. But thank you, Shadowlink. And Mateo says, what's your opinion on Half-Life 3? Do you think it will stay exclusive to PC and therefore boost a lot of Helix's consoles, or I'm assuming you mean like Helix's sales? My opinion on Half-Life 3 is I do believe it's real. I do believe it's real, and I do think it will be a very big deal when it's eventually revealed. Do I think it'll be exclusive? I mean, I feel like Valve, funnily enough, like I feel like it will be, but it's because Valve just doesn't care. It's not because it's like, take that, Sony and Nintendo and whoever else. It's literally because it's like, we just kind of didn't really want to. We just didn't feel like it. We didn't feel like porting it. So we're just going to release it on Steam. So wherever Steam is, have at it, And I think, yes, if Steam does end up on Project Helix like it's rumored to, that could prove to be a pretty big deal. And, I could see Sony, if a situation like that were to occur, I could see Sony trying to reach out to Valve and be like, hey, can we get something? Can we work out some kind of deal so you can port this game over to PlayStation? We'll pay for it. We don't want to be left out. I could see that. Yeah, Half-Life Alyx was rumored to come to PSVR 2. It never did. But we also have to understand that they have the Steam machine now. And the Steam machine could play a role in a more conscientious decision on Valve's part where they're like, maybe we don't port it to anything else. We just keep it a Steam exclusive. And it can help Steam machine sales. But the thing about the Steam machine, though, is like, the thing about anything Valve does, they never come off to me as like, we're doing this to compete. They just always come off to me like, we're just doing this because whatever. Why not? Like there isn't some kind of imperative. Like it's not imperative that we make Half-Life 3 exclusive. It just is. And that's different from Sony's. Like Sony's in the opposite position where they're like, Sony's having a crisis of like, do we put it on PC or do we keep it exclusive? It's a really important decision for us to make, So Half-Life 3, I do think is real. I do think it will get announced sometime, probably this year. It would be kind of shocking if all the rumors and all the leaks we've heard about Half-Life 3 turn out to not be true. It's like, no, it's not real. It was all made up. I'd be like, oh, okay. That I would be shocked by that. But I don't know. I mean, the question also has to be asked, like, how impacted would PlayStation players be if Half-Life 3 didn't come to PlayStation? That's a serious question. We know that PlayStation players mostly are not playing on PC. So, I mean, Would it be like, I guess, dare I ask the question, like, would it be that big of a deal if it didn't come to PlayStation? I don't know. It's one of those things where until it is announced and until we see how people actually react to it, until that day comes, I think it's going to be difficult to truly determine. And John Hipcrit, you're saying, but all the top selling games of all time are multi platform. If the exclusives being built on rivalry to make them great, why don't they sell higher? I mean, you're not wrong, John Hipcrit. And this is where I do feel like eventually Sony. I was thinking about this the other day, right? Like, I was thinking about why Sony doesn't have a game and seemingly hasn't produced a game. I don't want to say ever, because I think I'd be wrong if I said ever, but in recent memory, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but they haven't produced a game that has generated as much hype as something like Crimson Desert in in what feels like a very long time. And I'm not saying that Sony doesn't have hype for their games. They do. Like, they have a lot of hype for Wolverine, and I think there's a fair amount of excitement for Soros, not as much as I would like to see, but and I think there will be hype for future PlayStation games. But I think you kind of understand where I'm coming from. Where when hold on, Tarnished, you're saying MBG IGN just published a video hours ago saying why exclusives matter for consoles. Please react to it live. Hold on, I'm going to continue my thought or finish my thought, but I want to actually check this out now because now I'm curious. I'm curious what IGN might have to say. Wait, no, there was another IGN video that I wanted to react to. I totally forgot about this. I wasn't able to stream the day I came across it. Here, this is the one. How Project Helix can actually beat the PS6. At the end of the stream or in a little bit, I think I'm going to react to this one because that one, I'm actually really curious to hear what they might have to say. And that one's a couple days old. And then maybe we could check out on the next stream that one about exclusives. But yeah, I was just thinking about how, like, a game like Crimson Desert can, like, I can tell this game's gonna be a crazy seller. Like, this game reminds me of like Black Myth Wukong a little bit, where Black Myth Wukong had this insane hype building up to it, and then it just like sold 20 plus million units, like 25 million. And they're just these games that appear and they just gain this traction and they just explode. And yes, they all do happen to be multi-platform. And I think it's because Sony does have a overall different philosophy towards their games. I really mean that. In that their games, I think, it's not to say that they're like forcing their studios or anything like that, but their studios are more conditioned. They're conditioned where it's like your game has to be kind of a showpiece, right? And I think this is where you kind of run into a problem where people have been asking PlayStation to make like a different type of game for a long time. And if you look at something like Crimson Desert does look like that type of game that, like, yeah, we want you to make something like that. Something really vast, something really open, something very different from what you normally make. And I think there's a couple reasons why Sony doesn't do that. One is because I think they are conditioned where it's like your games have to kind of have a more cinematic quality to them, but also because it's like, well, which studio wants to make a game like that? Surely if there was a studio that PlayStation owned that wanted to make a game like that, they would have done so already, or they would have pitched it already, and Sony would have said, okay. Um, I don't know if I'm explaining myself very well right now, but I'm just saying that, like, Sony doesn't have they just haven't. I just have the simple question of why doesn't Sony have a game that is garnering as much excitement as Crimson Desert? Why doesn't Sony have a game like that? What about GTA? Why doesn't Sony have a game like GTA? Why doesn't Sony have one of these games that's going to be like monolithic, so to speak? And the best thing I can figure is because their studios don't have enough time. As crazy as that sounds. Either they don't have enough, maybe it's a combination of factors. They don't have enough time. Those aren't the types of games that their studios want to make. It could be, multifaceted here. But I mean, Horizon might be like the closest thing. Horizon might be like the closest thing to it. Well, that's the thing. When we talk about like God of War, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong in my assessment here. I don't know. I just can't quite figure some of these things out. I guess what I'm really trying to say here is like it kind of goes back to Crimson Desert and how I don't understand. I just genuinely don't. I don't under it. It was kind of similar with Black Myth Wukong, but it's not exactly the same. Where like where is the hype coming from? What is and I guess like maybe I am Sony in that instance where it's like, yeah, maybe Sony looks at that and they're like, wait, yeah, why is this game so hyped? Why is this game probably going to sell 20 plus million? How do can we like should we try to make a game like that? Should we try to push one of our studios to do that? But I know when it comes back down to like the whole rivalry thing and like being multi-platform, that's the thing though, is that I do firmly believe, John Hipcrit, to be clear, I just want to make this clear. I do believe if Sony said we're going full multi-platform, right? We don't care about selling consoles anymore. We're going full multi-platform publisher. The next mainline God of War game is going to release on everything. It's going to release on PC. It's going to release on Xbox. It's going to release on Switch 2. I do believe they would see a significant increase in sales, like a demonstrable increase. And they would be able to reach heights that, why did my camera just go out? Can you guys still hear me? I think the catch just did something. Okay, we're back. All right. Sorry about that. I don't know why it froze. Clark just ran by and then my camera just froze for some reason. And John Hipcrit, you're saying, did you see the game Samson, Sifu like fighting? I did see that. And they say it's going to be coming to console. I'm going to be keeping an eye out for it. That game does look cool. And that game is seemingly coming out of nowhere. And they're not trying to overhype it and make it seem like bigger than it is. But I like what I've seen of it so far. And the combat does look really, really nice. And John Hipcrit, you're saying Crimson Desert is like Zelda Breath of the Wild, more about gameplay rather than narrative. Seems more about the adventure you have rather than it telling you what to do. Yeah, I get that vibe as well. It just, and I guess I get kind of overwhelmed by that notion a little bit, where it's like we've made this massive world and you can do whatever you want. That makes sense. And yeah, I don't know that Sony has a game like that. Like, I think that's the thing I'm just thinking in my mind is like, there was a report that Sony apparently tried to lock down Crimson Desert as a timed exclusive. So I think Sony is aware that they're like, yo, we should lock this down. But I just wonder, like, I guess at some point I start to ask the question, why can't Sony Bend make a game like that? Sony Bend has experience making an open world game. Granted, they did make it more cinematic and they did make it more waypoint driven, but like, why not? Why not give it a shot? Horizon, like I said, is the closest thing, but even then, Horizon, it does have a level of freedom. Excuse me. It has a level of freedom, but I don't know that it's quite the same. Oh, God. I think I inhaled a cat hair again. Well, let me check something real quick. How long has Crimson Desert been in development? For over 6 years. Okay, well that's actually not as long as I thought. That's not as long as I thought. Neo, you're saying, bro, F that. As someone who enjoys the Horizon games, the open world is hot as it's straight. Ubisoft. Michael, you're saying, does anyone ever feel overwhelmed by these huge games? I do. That's like the only thing stopping me from buying Crimson Desert is like, I literally, everything I see of it, I'm like, I'm getting anxiety. Like you're making me anxiety because it's like it's not that I want to have my hand held the whole time. I like having freedom. I like some exploration, but it's like when it's really pushed, like you can do anything, and like this is going to take hundreds of hours, and you're just like, good luck. It's like, it's because I have a completionist mentality. You guys know that. So as somebody who has a completionist mentality, when they show me a game like that, I'm like, this is damn near stressing me out. Um, it's probably a mental disorder, probably just a mental disorder of some kind that I should be medicated for. But we all have our quirks, I suppose. Jeez, what's going on? Whiskey, you're saying you're good with grinding Legends until Saros might pick it up over the summer. Yeah, I would, dude. That's the thing, man. Like, I have been finding so little time in the game that I didn't even get to play Legends yet. And now I'm like, well, if I play Crimson Desert, that's coming out very soon. I still haven't completed everything I wanted to do in RE9. Um, I am on my last run for RE9, the Insanity run, but that's going to take the longest because of the difficulty level. But yeah, I don't know. Getting overwhelmed, bro. Saying why these games have less pressure, freedom. Well, I guess because for me, the pressure comes in a different form where it's like, I can do whatever I want whenever I want, and the game can just kind of flow the way I want it to. But it's like if the end goal is I want to do everything the game has to offer, it's like doesn't really matter what order you go in. You still gotta do it. Like you're still gonna have to explore every nook and cranny. I don't know. It makes me feel a little bit paralyzed sometimes. Like that's why when I think about like GTA 6, I'm like I have to mentally prepare for GTA 6. I'm glad nothing's coming out anywhere near GTA 6 because I'm going to need the mental prep to be able to, you know, um to be able to just like accept that I'm going to enter this world and I'm not leaving for like months, possibly. For like months. Seriously. And I feel like that's the thing about a game like Crimson Desert is it does kind of it gives me the vibe of like this is a game you're going to get lost in for potentially months, like just months straight. And when I think about games like that, they do impress me where I'm like that is impressive, a game that can manage to do that because it means there's so much packed into it. But for somebody like me, it means everything else is getting shunned and ignored then. And so I guess my mentality towards it is the more I see of Crimson Desert, the more it dawns on me that okay, this game is colossal in what it has to offer. Like it has so much. I'm going to want to be there day 1 for Saros on April 30th. Can I do everything in Crimson Desert in what is that, like a month and a half practically? I've played 100 plus hour games and that's how I know. That's how I know. It's like the last game I played that was kind of like that was Death Stranding. You guys remember? I became completionist with Death Stranding 2. And bro, I was like getting to a point where I'm like 125 hours into this game and I'm tweaking. MBG, I had 61 hours in Dragon's Dogma 2 with 0% progress, doing anything and everything I could. Open world RPGs with character creation is the best. Dude, that makes me I don't like that. Like that I don't like that at all. I have like 61 hours in the game with 0 progress. I will lose my mind. I will lose my mind, man. Don't don't do that to me. Crimson Desert is for people who want to spend $70 on a game and play it for 6 months, so it's great for not spending money and occupying your time. Exactly. Yeah, that is how I see it. Um, MVP Mall says, "Do you have to do everything in these games though?" Well, you don't. It's a problem for people like me where it's like when I approach a game I'm playing, like Resident Evil Requiem is a good example where I had my first playthrough, just playing it, and it took me about 14 hours to beat the game. My first playthrough, and I'm playing it very slowly. I'm playing it methodically. I don't check the trophies. I don't I don't look at anything. I just want this to be the most natural playthrough as if this is the only time I'm ever going to play the game. I don't care about anything else. And then I beat it. And then after I beat it, I start to look at the trophies. And it's like, "Oh, you need 18 more trophies." I'm like, "Oh, that's not too bad." And then you look at the requirements for some of them and I'm like, "Okay, some of these are pretty bad." Where it's like, and I got to this point where I'm like, I don't know if I want to do this. Like I kind of just want to move on and be like, I played the game and I beat it and I thoroughly loved it. And maybe that's good enough. But I can't do that. Like that's the problem I have. Is it's like you can I can convince myself that I'll do that, but it just lingers in my mind where I'm like, I'm pretty sure I could get that platinum though. And I'm pretty sure like I'm just kind of being, I don't want to say lazy because that sounds weird because we're just talking about playing games, but it is like I don't want to I don't want to go through any extra layers of challenge. But there's that kind of nagging like, all right, well you don't have to, but it's just going to be sitting there. And you're probably going to come back later on and do it anyway. So you may as well just do it now. And then I'm like, okay, I'm just going to do it now. And yeah, it is the completionist mental illness, dude, where I'm like, okay, now I have to do uh my Resident Evil Requiem run of no healing and not picking up any blood, uh, or using the blood extractor or whatever as grace, and it wasn't really fun. I'm not gonna like it wasn't fun, but it's just like I just have to get through this so I can get those 2 gold trophies, and then after that I gotta do my insanity run, and I'm kind of enjoying the insanity run more. And then you got to do the complete the game in under 4 hours, but it snowballs. It's like, so how many trophies do I have now? I need 6 more trophies now, and it's like it's already done. It's already done. Like that's the thing is it's like now there is nothing stopping this train. Like I will not move on from Resident Evil now until I get that platinum because I only need 6 more trophies and I'm going to do it. And I know it sounds bad, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing. I make it sound so bad, but once I get there, it's like once I get that platinum, I'm like, yes, now I'm happy. I'm happier after I get that platinum than I would have been if I just move on from the game. And that's just how I am. I'm neurotic like that, where it's like if I moved on from the game, I would say, what a great game. One of the best games I played of the year. I'm still going to be thinking about how I didn't play. That happened to me with Elden Ring. Do you guys remember? Elden Ring tortured me so bad that I was like, I beat it. I'm done. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. 2 years later, I'm like, I got to go back. I got to go back. I didn't platinum it. I got to go platinum it. And I did. I did. And it was torturous, but I felt really good after. I'm like, I can say I platinumed Elden Ring. And of course I left the most difficult bosses, but it felt right, you know? Some worry when they're going to eat MBG worries about trophies. Whoa, hey. Don't get me wrong. That is true. I can't even argue that, Capono. You're absolutely right. Oh no, I'm definitely doing the insanity run with infinite ammo. Are you out of your mind? Oh, hell no. Hell no. I'm not sitting there playing this game on insanity mode with no infinite ammo. Going outside is getting better than platinums? No, it's not. John Hipcrit, you're saying 110 hours on Kingdom Come 2 before leaving the first area. Oh my God. Like, no, dude, that is crazy to me. Like, see, I appreciate that to an extent though, because it's like you're truly so engrossed in the game, like nothing else matters. Like you're basically living in that world. You sound like an alcoholic defending the need to keep drinking. It's not good, man. No, no. Listen, understand something. If it wasn't platinum trophies, it would be alcohol. It would be something else. Do you know what's in my genes, bro? Trust me. Trust me. This is the least damaging thing I could do in my life. Does it do some damage? A little bit. A little bit. I'm not going to lie. It's a little weird. But trust me, it could be so much worse. My wife hates it when I platinum games. Is Mrs. MBG the same? Maybe some. I don't know. I'm sure I'm annoying at times. Like, I'll literally bitch about it. I'll be like, man. For some reason, I don't have the TTS on, but Titus with a $10 chat direct donation says, I have the same mentality. That's just our illness for being completionists. I loved getting all the trophies in Resident Evil Requiem. Great game. It is, yeah. Now that I only have 6 left, I'm like, this is great. There was just a couple that I'm like, God, like, why? Why do you got to put this in the game? But it is like, it does feel like that, you know, but it's hard to explain. It's just, you can hate the process. You can love the process. And when you love the process, it's great. Sometimes you can hate it, but it's when you like when you do complete it, like that's all that kind of matters is like, did you complete it or not? It's like, I did. It's like, okay. And that makes it worth it. And that is an illness. But thank you for that, Titus. And I'm glad I'm not the only one. John Hipcrit, you're saying, I don't care what's in your genes. You will care what's in my genes. You must care. You have to know. You have to know. I missed one weapon in Elden Ring at a point of no return, and I had to restart the entire game. It was torture. Damn, dude. Yeah, that's pretty bad. What weapon are you talking about? Dude, the platinum for Monster Hunter World took me 1,300 hours. Don't talk to me. Early 90s gamer, do not talk to me about Monster Hunter World, bro. I was playing on Xbox at that time. I have every achievement. It's a shame because like I don't even care about my Xbox account anymore. But one of the things I'm still very proud of to this day is I have every achievement. I 100%ed Monster Hunter World, and yes, dude, the RNG for that was like, what the hell is wrong with you guys for doing this to us? Yeah, that was crazy. That's when it got bad, you know, where I'm like, I'm just going to leave my controller here. I'm not even going to, I forget what I did. I found some kind of method where I'm like, I'm not even playing the game at this point. But I just needed one more trophy. It was one more achievement. And that's the irony. I understand the irony where it's like, bro, this is why I'm telling you, I'll never leave PlayStation. I will go down with the ship because I can't abandon my platinums. If one day Sony's like, if you want to leave, we'll let you take your platinums with you. We'll let you take your profile. Okay, that's different. But assuming, okay, why are you guys fighting? You guys hear this? Okay. The cats are fighting. You can't see it. It's not on camera, but right next to me here. Michael, did you really get the platinum for Monster Hunter World? Really? I don't know why I'm surprised by that. Why does that surprise me? But yeah, man, we have Delwyn Hype Man Jones with a 20-pound super chat. Thank you for that, man. He says, I maintain my conviction that PS6 will launch in 2028. However, I also believe the significant possibility of a PS6 handheld being released by the end of 2027. Regardless of the timeline, I intend to acquire both. Day damn one. Day damn one. Yeah, man. Every time. Okay, okay, boss. Don't. Nobody needs to see that. Every time we talk about next gen, we do have to keep in mind the handheld, and I will admit that I've been kind of neglecting it a little bit. I haven't been talking about it as much because, well, Xbox Helix has been discussed so much. And when we think of that, we naturally, at least I tend to think of just the PlayStation 6. Boss, you can't chew that. Come on, you know that. And when we talk about the release dates, everything we've heard about the PlayStation handheld, it's in close proximity. Now, that could mean at the same time, or it could mean within months. It's your last helping of treats, bro. This is it. That's it. You're cut off. No more after that. He won't stop. He won't stop begging me for treats. He's been deprived of his treats for like a week practically. But Delwyn, yeah, man, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I may not seem like it, and people question it, but I am excited at the idea of the PlayStation 6, and I'm somewhat excited for the PlayStation handheld. The handheld, I'm just overall less excited for simply because I know that for as interested as I will be in it, I need to know what Sony's plan is for your access to your library of games. Because I'm not going all digital until the day comes where it's like we're not doing physical games anymore. And even then, I'm going to throw a fit. But, my assumption going into the PlayStation 6 is, yeah, they're still going to have physical games. You're still going to have a disc drive, and I'm going to have my collection of PS5 games. And my whole idea there is like, if Sony is like, well, you will only have access to your digital games, it's like, well, I don't really have any. Well, I mean, I have some, but like the, vast majority of my games are physical. This handheld is going to be, I don't want to say useless to me, but yeah, I mean, it might pretty much be useless if that's how they handle it. Now, maybe they'll figure out some like workaround or something. But yeah, man, Delwyn, I will say to you, as of right now, all the hardware leakers and insiders are saying the same thing. They're saying that Sony is locked in right now, holiday 2027 for the PS6. But it's also worth noting that Moore's Law is dead. He did say that if there was a delay, it would probably only be for a couple of months and it would end up launching like early 2028. So rather than November 2027, it could be like March 2028. And that, I could see that as plausible, in which case you would be right, Delwyn. But it's going to be very fascinating to see how Sony decides to specifically announce the PlayStation 6 home console and this handheld that's apparently going to launch in the proximity of it without confusing people, Oh, and I have to close some of these tabs here. Is it so? I'm going to move this tab to a new window. My YouTube studio is crashing again. I'm sorry, guys. All right, I'm going to experiment with something real quick. I'm going to just close my YouTube. I'm going to pop the chat out and just close my YouTube studio. Because I don't know why. I feel like YouTube studio being open, like my Stream Deck aspect of it, it seems to just like tank performance on my PC. Like everything slows down and it's freezing. So let me pop the chat out. And then I'm just going to exit out of it. Chat, you guys still here? Oh, I don't know. Guys, are we good? No, you're not? Okay. Damn. All right. So, wow. I think that is what has been causing my slowdown on my end because it's everything's running fine now. I might just have to stream like this going forward. Oh, it's so much better. Wow. Okay. This is nice. I could have been doing this the whole time. All right, let me head back to the chat here. We have Angry Whale Watcher with a $5 chat. He says Pearl Abyss has a urban Pokemon knockoff in the works. Peak the Doki V trailer from 4 years ago. Nintendo would never give Pokemon that kind of polish. Yeah, what's going on with Pokemon, man? I feel like Pokemon used to be like a top tier game in the industry, like something that was actually respected. And now it just seems like every time I hear people talk about Pokemon, they're like, this is just horrible. It's a bad game. Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. It sells like crazy. I don't know. I played Pokemon games years ago, but there's another knockoff in the works, though. Yeah, I mean, what was that one game? Pal World? Nintendo like went after them for that. And Whiskey Gaming with a $5 chat says it would be cool if they added a code or something with physical games that allows a license to play that game digitally, but only on the handheld. Yeah, I was thinking about something like that. Because I don't know, like I'm leaning more towards Sony's just going to embrace this idea of, well, hey man, you don't have to go digital, but most people already have. And so this device is for them, and you can join us. You can join us. You can go all digital. But you know what? You guys see this pricing they're doing? The what do they call it? The targeted pricing. I'm like, dude, this is another reason. Meanwhile, I buy my games from Amazon. Which also does targeted pricing. But this is one of the reasons why it's like I'm going to continue to just buy games physically as long as I can because, there will be times I buy games digitally, of course, but just generally speaking, I'm going to continue to, lean heavily in the direction of physical gaming. Dynamic pricing, is that what they call it? Targeted pricing, dynamic pricing. Capono, calm down, bro. But yeah, Whiskey, I'm with you on this one. It would be great if Sony could come out with some kind of like alternative solution where it's like, we understand a lot of you guys are still going to want to buy your games physically. A lot of you guys have large physical game collections. I mean, I don't know if it would be something like maybe you would have to put the, maybe you could only play one game at a time. It's like, I have a physical copy of Wolverine and I want to play Wolverine on my PlayStation 6 handheld or whatever it's going to be called. And the only way I can make that happen is I have to have the Wolverine disc in my console. And so when I turn my handheld on, it'll, sync with the console, give it a handshake, and it's like, okay, you can play this game. See, that to me, that sounds so complicated, but I guess it could work. It could work like that. But even then, you're still getting like a dumbed, not dumbed down, but a stripped down version of like if the handheld, if if the handheld is meant to really shine by having a digital library, you're paying the same amount of money for this device just to potentially only access one game at a time on the go. So you got to like really think like which game do you want to play on the go? It's got to be that game. But yeah, having some kind of code for like a digital version, that would be cool. Yeah, this handheld, man, I feel like we were talking so much about it last year and recently it's just kind of went, it went quiet and we haven't really been hearing about it or talking about it, but the handheld could prove to be very disruptive, not in a bad way, but just like, yeah, Sony's got a couple of aces up their sleeve that we don't know about yet, and this handheld is going to play a role in that because I think a lot of us, understandably so, are kind of, I'm guilty of this. I'm more fixated on the kind of like, all right, like what's going on between Sony and Microsoft with their home consoles or their home devices, but in reality, it's like as time goes on, nothing's really going on between them. Microsoft is going in a very specific direction. Sony's going in a very specific direction that's opposite of that. And now they have a handheld. And really, it's just, you know, I don't know. I don't know, man. Things are things are getting kind of weird out here. It's a very strange lead up to uh, what will be a very non traditional generation for sure. Like something that we haven't really seen before in any capacity for both Sony and Microsoft. And I'm not sure how I feel about that because people already feel like the PS5 and Xbox Series generation was weird enough. We have MVP Moss with a $5 chat. He says, I stopped going for platinums because I play multiple games at a time. Right now I'm playing Control, Alan Wake 2, Silk Song, just beat Yote and RE9. Dude, that's crazy. That's awesome, though. Yeah, I wish I could be like that and be content with it. Like, I could force myself to play multiple games at one time like that, but if I do, I always end up ignoring. Like, if I'm playing 3 different games at once, 2 of those games over the course of like a week are going to start to get shunned and moved to the side because one of those games is going to be the one that's like, I really want to just keep playing this one. I want to beat it and complete it. And then I'll start going down that trophy rabbit hole. But that's a great way to play games too. Like if you're trying to play a lot of games at once, I told you guys that my goal for 2026 is to play more games. And I feel like I started strong, but now that thing is happening where it's like I get caught up where it's like one game at a time, bro. And I might just have to accept that, for me, that's just how it's going to be. And John Hipcrit, you're saying new Switch 2 Pokemon game announced has some hyped mainline games sell like 25 million plus, even if they're bad, easy money, PlayStation 1 digital sales for the handheld. I do think the handheld is going to be a way to try to, because like, if you look at it from Sony's perspective, Sony knows a lot of PlayStation players. Wait, Michael, how did I lie to you? How did I lie to you? Sony knows a lot of PlayStation players are going to be approaching the PS6 as like, this is a fresh start. Like a lot of people are going to make the decision when they move over to the PlayStation 6 that this is where they're going to start buying digital only. A lot of people did that moving over to the PS4. Even more people did that moving over to the PS5. It's going to happen again with the PS6. I do think the handheld being digital only will deeply incentivize a lot of people to be like, I was thinking about it. Now I'm going to. You said you'd play a bunch of games. You're right. I did lie. Well, I mean, I played like 4. How many games have I played so far this year? I'd have to look it over. I think it's more than 4 games. Is it? I mean, I played Mafia. I played Spider-Man. I played, holy shit, what else did I play? I know I played more. I mean, there's Resident Evil. No, now I'm getting annoyed because there's a game I'm forgetting. Somebody in my chat's going to know before I do. I have to look over my played games, but this is what I mean, man. Home renovation. Yeah, I'm playing that game too. I did play Spider-Man. Yeah, I didn't play it for very long, but I only needed like 3 more trophies to platinum it. No, I didn't play Silent Hill F. What the hell else did I play? I know there's another game I'm completely forgetting. Wasn't Paw Patrol 3? No. I'll look it over. Now it's going to bother me. But yeah, I mean, you talk about the Pokemon games too, like selling 25 million plus, easy money. Even if the game's bad, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. No, I haven't played Legends yet. I'm telling you. Like, there's absolutely something else I played. Oh, Resident Evil 2. God, I'm like, what the hell? I was confused for a second because I'm like, wait, Resident Evil 9. I played Resident Evil 2. I did replay Ghost of Yotei. So yeah, I played more than I'm giving myself credit for. I replayed Ghost of Yotei to do the new game plus. I platinumed Resident Evil 2. I am getting old. I platinumed Spider-Man. I platinumed Mafia: The Old Country. I'm close to platinuming Resident Evil 9. So yeah, the brain fog is real. I don't know. there's a bunch of stuff, you know, that's being used in the construction of this other room. And I'm like, should I be wearing like a mask or something right now? I don't know. So I'm being a little bit too hard on myself, I think, where it's like I played more than I realized. I haven't played Legends yet though. How many that's a good question. New games? I mean, yeah, in that case, not many for cloud. Yeah, I like wonder if Sony is gonna take if they're gonna like pull a an Xbox 360 to Xbox One, where they're like, yeah, the PlayStation handheld is digital only, and so if your games aren't digital, you won't really be able to use it. It's like, well, we have a product for those people who, you know, don't buy their games digitally. It's called the PlayStation Portal. I mean, dude, that might be that might be exactly what they do. And to be fair, like, yeah, that is the alternative solution where it's like we do have something for you, but I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. There's definitely going to be some backlash if they go in that direction. Because you're not wrong. Like 80% plus, I think that stat or that statistic is accurate. The overwhelming majority of people are digital only, and I don't know, man. I've thought about it. I'm like, should I just go all digital? But I'm like, then like I just feel like no, because like why? Like if I don't have to, why would I? And that's the whole thing it comes down to for me, where it's like, yeah, why would I if I don't have to? If the option's there, I should support that option because it's people like me where it's like, not just me, but many others where it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go all digital. Why not? Just go all digital. Who cares? But if you do that, you know, you're adding to that statistic and you're you're just sending the message. Am I frozen? I don't think so. I think we're good. I'm just adding, to that overall message of like, yeah, you don't have to do physical games anymore. And the problem is like if we do get to a point where nobody's buying physical games anymore and it really is just all digital, I mean, you are giving an immense amount of power and control to Sony, right? And I don't trust them enough. Certainly not. It's like I don't want them to have all that power. I want them to always consider the fact that people can go back to buy game discs if they want, and there is the secondhand market, and there's more competitive pricing options outside of your closed digital marketplace. Um, to me, that is important, and that's why I don't think I can just go all digital because it is convenient. But it's like, yeah, I don't think I could do that because not only do I just like having physical games, it's just nice, but like, yeah, man, I don't I don't want to get to that point because Sony will be horrible. Like, there's just no doubt about that. If 100% of people bought digital, I mean, God, man, it would be ugly right now. It'd be really ugly, I think. Until and that would actually, I think, probably force Sony. It's like you have to start doing like more. There has to be like other storefronts now with competitive pricing potentially. I don't know. Like that's the difference. Where it's like you could say PC's digital only, but yeah, you have multiple storefronts on there with they can offer different prices across different storefronts and whatnot, and you have options, I suppose. We have Delwyn Hype Man Jones with another 20-pound chat. Thank you so much for that, buddy. You're saying the PS5 Pro at the moment is doing amazing. It blows my mind how awesome games are looking. You're talking specifically about Resident Evil Requiem. Game of the Year contender. Can't wait for what's next for the Resident Evil franchise. They're cooking hard this generation. I agree 100%, Delwyn. I mean, I'm kind of, at least I feel like I'm past my days of overhyping things. I've been down that road before, but I'm thoroughly impressed with the PS5 Pro and specifically Resident Evil 9, where I'm like, a lot of the PS5 Pro enhanced games I played looked really good. I'm thinking like Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2. These games looked superb on the PS5 Pro, but I kind of expected that. It's like that's one of the biggest reasons I bought the Pro. Where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna get the best results from first party, obviously. But I was kind of holding out that hope that when this next PSSR iteration comes out, I think it should produce hopefully similar results with third party games. And I thought, maybe my expectations are a little too high here, where it's like, bro, you're not going to get first party results, for what would be reserved for first party games in third party multi platform titles. That's not going to happen. But Resident Evil 9 is like the first one. Michael, you're saying you got to go. You hope your spirits are higher, Big Daddy MBG. Keep your chin up. You're doing excellent. Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm trying my best, Michael. I cannot wait until I can get back on a normal schedule. Let me tell you, it's really messing me up. But thank you so much for the support today, man. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your evening, and I might do a stream tomorrow. Be prepared, by the way, guys. I might just make sure you have your notifications on. Come check the channel. Maybe Resident Evil 9 spoiler cast. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling it. Speaking of Resident Evil 9, we're going to have a woke stream. No, a Resident Evil stream. I'm thinking about doing it tomorrow. If I don't do it tomorrow, we will do it sometime soon, but tomorrow might be the right day. But yeah, Michael, thank you, man. Appreciate all your support. And I hope to see you soon. A Saturday stream. I know it's very rare. I feel like I got to make up for lost time because there were multiple days I wasn't able to stream this week. But yeah, when I see Resident Evil 9 on the Pro, I'm like, this is amazing. Like it really is. Like this isn't a matter of like having a flame war with PC players where it's like my Pro is better than your PC, you dumb asshole. Like it's not like that. I'm just saying it really is just I bought this console to get the best console version that I possibly could. And hopefully for something that would look much better. Like I can actually really see like, wow, this is very, very good. Don't get me wrong. I go back to like 2020, 2021, 2022. Games were still looking very, very good on the PS5, but something that's just, we're really kind of ramping it up a bit here. And Resident Evil might be the first third-party game that I'm like, yeah, this is like, these results are what I would have thought would have been reserved for just Sony's first-party games. So I'm very, very happy with that. And it seems like with Crimson Desert, the PS5 Pro is putting in work, but it seems like Crimson Desert is a CPU-bound game in some instances. And the PS5 Pro can't really do much about that. Like PSSR, we'll have to see. They're saying that PSSR 2 is going to be coming to Crimson Desert at launch. And the analysis that Digital Foundry put out yesterday, that's a lot of people are impressed with, but there are some low points with the frame rate. It remains to be seen if PSSR is going to be able to make any difference there. But it's not, PSSR 2 isn't perfect. Like it can't work miracles, like if Crimson Desert, it being a massive open world game, when you're in this big open world and there's all these things happening at one time and there's like a bunch of, like over a dozen enemies on screen and everything's happening at one time and it's putting a lot of strain on the CPU. That's not, there's really nothing that can be done there because the CPU inside of the PS5 Pro is exactly the same as the base PS5. But I guess the idea is what PSSR 2 might allow them to do possibly is lower the resolution, the internal resolution of the performance mode, which would, I guess, kind of free up a little bit of processing power, I suppose. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And then like, PSSR 2 will be able to reconstruct it or, upscale it and you won't even be able to tell the difference. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but yeah, man, the hype for the Pro, I don't want to overhype it because it is a luxury premium device. But yeah, RE9 gives me so much hope that I'm like, look, man, even if I just get one, not one, like, even if I just get like 2 more years out of this device, if I can get results even close to that, like, I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna be pretty satisfied with that. That's why I bought it. Um, but I still do try to let people know, like, it's an optional console. Uh, one of the things I frankly get a little bit frustrated with on the internet these days, especially, my God, especially on Twitter, is like you can't you can't really just be happy with things anymore, you know? Because there's always going to be people that kind of come in and they're like, "Well, let me tell you why it's actually shit." And it's like, "Okay." Like I don't know, I was enjoying myself, but okay. Like, stop raining on my damn, I don't even want to say it's raining on my parade. I hate to put it that way. But like, just, I don't know, I'm talking about, like, people where it's just like, "No, it can't be good. It can't be this. It can't be that." But I get it. Like, there are people out here, they get crazy hyperbolic about the Pro. They make it seem like the Pro is you know, the second coming of Christ or something. It's like, okay, let's chill out. But Delwyn, I appreciate your hype, man. Um, it'll be really interesting to see upcoming games. I mean, Crimson Desert is next. And after that, there is Soros, and then you're going to have 007. I mean, hell, let's even see what the Lego Batman game does, right? But very, very curious. The big one is GTA 6. That's the big one, man. MBG, because they seem to do extra stuff for RE on the Pro. The base PS5 version kind of doesn't look good in comparisons. Well, see, that's the question, though, right? Like, is that just truly like extra layers of optimization going into just the Pro, or is that like, no, PSSR2 can like actually uplift that much with minimal work? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. I'm waiting. Sony said in March that big PSSR2 update's happening. So, it's March 13th now. I guess we'll see. Yeah, Wolverine will probably look nuts. I can't wait to see more Wolverine, man. They did say, Insomniac said we're going to see more Wolverine in spring. So, spring's almost here. I think spring begins. When does spring actually start? March 20th. So, I mean, I don't think we're necessarily going to see Wolverine. I mean, we could. Shit, spring is literally a week away at this point. So we could be seeing Wolverine sooner than we think, man. It's a possibility. All right. There was something else I wanted to talk about here with Helix, though, because I didn't get the chance to discuss this with you guys on stream. A couple of things. All right. First, it says here, it's GDC 2026, and a huge chunk of the video game industry has descended onto San Francisco. Blah, blah, blah. For Microsoft and Xbox, this has also meant a keynote presentation all about building for the future with Xbox, during which Vice President Jason Ronald shared a few new details about the next gen of Xbox console, or PC, Project Helix. During the keynote, after discussing a bit about Xbox's history, Ronald began discussing its future with Project Helix, the device that the newly installed Microsoft CEO, or gaming CEO, Asha Sharma previously confirmed will run both console and PC games. Per IGN, Jason Ronald called Project Helix, quote, an order of magnitude improvement on the current generation and a leap in ray tracing capabilities. It integrates intelligence directly into the graphics and compute pipeline and drives meaningful gains in efficiency, scale, and visual ambition. The result is more realistic, immersive, and dynamic worlds for players, end quote. Jason Ronald also confirms that Project Helix will be powered by a custom AMD SoC, something we've already known for some time, as both PlayStation and Xbox have deals with the company and are already powering the current generation consoles. He added that it is being co-designed for the next gen of DirectX, ML upscaling, multi-frame generation, ray regeneration for ray tracing and path tracing, and neural rendering. Following the presentation, we also learned from AMD's Senior Vice President and General Manager of Computing Graphics that Project Helix will be a core part of AMD's next generation FSR, which they're calling FSR Diamond. Essentially, the message is that this new console is being designed for the next gen of today's top technologies, which is pretty much exactly what you would expect Xbox to say by this point. We'll hopefully start to learn more about what this actually looks like next year, as Jason Ronald also confirmed that devs will be able to get their hands on Project Helix as early as 2027 when Xbox starts sending out what they're calling alpha versions of Project Helix dev kits next year. But I want to continue something here because to me, this is just as important. It says after a lot of speculation and some heavy handed hints, recently installed Microsoft Gaming CEO Asha Sharma confirmed that, as we said, they're going to play both Xbox and PC games. This has sparked further debate and discussion as to whether we can call Project Helix a proper console or a PC, as it is clearly trying to be a hybrid device of sorts between the two. It appears as though Microsoft has an answer for game developers and players, and that answer, perhaps unsurprisingly, is that it's going to be more like a PC. At least that's the impression you get when looking at some of the messaging Xbox has plastered all over GDC 2026, where The Verge spotted Microsoft telling game devs that the way you, quote, build for Xbox in the future is to build for Xbox on PC. So Tom Warren posted this saying, Microsoft says you build next-gen Xbox games by building them for PC. Microsoft Vice President Jason Ronald took it a step further when he confirmed that the Xbox FSE featured on the ROG Xbox Ally and Xbox Ally X handheld devices will start to roll out to all Windows 11 devices by April 2026. First announced during his keynote presentation at GDC 2026, he reiterated in a follow-up on the Xbox Wire blog post, he confirmed it will start rolling out in select territories before going global. So it says here, Jason Ronald added that it will allow players to seamlessly switch between productivity and play with a familiar full screen and controller optimized Xbox experience while embracing the openness of Windows. It's another layer of the company's Play Anywhere campaign and a response to the change in player behaviors Microsoft has seen, according to Ronald. What we've really learned is as we look at it, PC is becoming an increasingly important part of the Xbox experience. We're bringing the best of Xbox to Windows itself to make Windows a great operating system for games. So, yeah, I know that was a lot to go over there, but I really wanted to make sure to talk about this because I think Microsoft is pretty much answering our question here. Although I'm still a little bit confused. I don't know that it answered everything, but one of the things that we've been discussing recently is whether or not developers are going to continue to make Xbox versions of games. And like, if they are making Xbox versions of games, what does that look like? The reason why I feel like this is important to go over when we're talking about the next generation is because we know that Microsoft is doing one of two things here. They're either getting out of console development and just fully embracing PC development. And yes, that will effectively ensure that Helix is just a PC with, and you know, it's like we're going to give you a console like OS that you can boot up, but it's a PC. We're not having devs make dedicated Xbox versions of games anymore. That's just not a thing. I feel like everything that's being said here, unless I'm missing something and you guys can chime in and tell me if I'm misreading this or misunderstanding, I feel like that's exactly what they're saying. Like, they're straight up saying, in order to build next gen games for Xbox, you build them for PC. Like, I'm just trying to figure out if there's something I'm missing here. So it says builds for Xbox, a simpler, more unified path to reach more players with less effort. Build for Xbox on PC. Our unified GDK builds for millions of Windows gaming PCs, Windows gaming handhelds, and next gen consoles. Build for the Xbox Series X and S. Xbox extensions for the GDK unlock access to millions of Gen 9 consoles and are compatible with next-gen preservation. Go further with xCloud streaming with every GDK game, where every GDK game is compatible. Hold on, I'm misreading this. Go further with xCloud streaming. Every GDK game is compatible with it and can be optimized for millions of smartphones, smart TVs, and more streaming devices. So this is officially. Hold on, let me see if I can bring this image up. I feel like this has to confirm what we've been thinking, guys. I don't know if I'm again if I'm misunderstanding this, but hold on, it's all catching up here. Let me bring this picture up real quick. This was what was at GDC. If I could find it here. So I think this image is really important because I think this pretty much confirms that, yeah, man, the GDK, like the game development environment for Xbox, it cuts off at Series X and S. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, your next gen Xbox game is a PC version. It's a PC game. You can make a version for the Xbox Series X and S if you want. That will be available in the GDK. You can make a version for cloud, for xCloud as well. But notice how in this image, when it says build for Xbox, there is no Helix version because Helix is that. It is PC. Build for Xbox on PC. NBG, it's a PC. We've known it. We've known it's going to be a PC for ages. No, you're right. You're right. But I guess I'm putting so much emphasis on this because, dude, over the past couple of days, I've seen many different takes here from people. And a lot of people seem to be under this impression that, like, I guess what Microsoft is doing is like something outside of what we all suspected, which is so there are going to be no more Xbox versions of games. There's just going to be PC versions. But a lot of people were in some kind of denial with that, from what I could tell. And that's why I just thought, and it confused me. It started to confuse me because I'm like, wait, because they're like, oh, yeah, they have dev kits and stuff, And I'm like, oh, wait. So, like, is there going to be like Xbox Helix versions of games? But I look at something like this, I'm like, no, that's not a thing. Like, it's just you're making Windows versions of games. You know what I mean? You're making a Windows PC version of a game, and that's it. So I don't know. This is probably why you guys were telling me to watch. You guys were telling me to watch that new Moore's Law is Dead video, which I'm gonna have to check that out a little bit later because apparently he goes really deep into that. And somebody was saying he speculates that they might not even get Steam or something, and I'm like, what? but yeah, this right here is why. So hold on, I need to go. This is where things are going to get pretty interesting for this conversation. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it won't be that interesting. But what really got me kind of focused on this was, where is it? I posted about Helix on Twitter, and some of the replies I got were interesting. Now I'm not going to be able to find them. I should start screenshotting these replies, man. Okay, yeah, hold on. Now I can't find any of the damn replies. This is what happens. I find all these replies. I'm like, I got something to say about this, but then like, then I go to check and they're gone. I can't find them. John Hipcrit, you're saying devs will love this, less work overall. No, I agree. I do think that what this does do for the Xbox side of things is it makes it so you're not going to miss out on any games. But Steam is still that's the big one here. That's the big one. Like, we need to get that explicit. See, here's what I'm confused about. If a developer is optimizing for PC, well, okay, so a developer optimizes their game for PC, then essentially they're optimizing for multiple storefronts on PC. Correct? Pretty sure I'm not missing anything there where it's like, when we drop our game on PC, it's going to drop on Steam. It's going to drop on Epic Game Store. I know that like Epic Game Store was trying to like secure exclusivity or something with some of their games for their storefront, but I don't think that worked out for them. So is this just like what I'm trying to say here? And I just want to know if I'm right or wrong about this. Is Microsoft basically just telling you like, yes, we want you to just make your game. We want you to just make your game for PC and release it on the Windows Store. That's what we want. Am I understanding this correctly? Where it's like you can still make a Series X and S version, and that will be sellable. Sellable? That will be, yeah, you'll be able to sell that on the actual Xbox store. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like this, like everything about this is so weird and confusing. I just don't understand. I don't understand. As usual, I don't understand Microsoft's messaging. Like, I understand their intention. Their intention is we want to convert Xbox players, not even convert. We want to roll them into PC gaming, to Windows. That's what we want to do. I understand. But the whole messaging is just, it confuses the hell out of me where it's like, we won't call it Windows gaming. We're going to call it Xbox on PC. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is that? What does that even mean? You own Windows. It just, I don't know. It's confusing me at this point. Steam and Windows are just storefronts. Games are so okay. So I am correct in that then. So all right. So I'm going to take it a step further. And you tell me again if I'm right or wrong in this analysis or evaluation. So basically, what Microsoft is saying is, we're totally okay with you not making Xbox versions of games anymore. Right? Like but that's where it's like, see, that's where I feel like they're trying to like, no, that's not what we said. It's Xbox on PC. No, but like but let's face it, like Helix is your next gen console or device. And Helix games are PC games. They're PC versions. Any Xbox versions are actually, like native Xbox versions are actually last gen versions for the Series X and S. And I guess the idea is developers are going to move on pretty quick, presumptively, because, well, I mean, maybe they won't, but I'm thinking too hard. I probably am. Xbox is Windows going forward. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out where it's like, how are you confused over this, LMAO? Well, all right, I guess I'm not that confused. I guess really I'm just questioning. It's because I have this question in my mind, like, I guess it does come down to the developers where like, if I'm a developer and they're telling me like, hey man, like going forward, you just got to make a PC version. And that is an Xbox version. Like, technically it is an Xbox version. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, at that point, why? I guess I'd have to look on the back end. I guess truthfully, I would have to look at what's going on with the Xbox Series X and S consoles engagement-wise over on the storefront. Is it worth it to develop and optimize an Xbox Series X and S version? I guess what I'm really trying to get at here is like, I wonder if this is going to cut off cross gen real fast for Xbox. Like we look at PS5 and we assume that cross gen is going to linger for many years on PS5, for many years. And that's because, well, I mean, the user base is going to be well over 100 million. I look at the user base of the series consoles and I'm like, okay, well, they capped out at like 28 million. Less than half of those are probably even being used anymore. So, what is the incentive, I suppose, for a developer to be like, yeah, we're still going to make a proper Xbox version for Series X and S? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. John Hipcrate, you're saying devs only have to make PC, PlayStation, and Nintendo games. Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel that's the off ramp for developers. I feel where it's like Microsoft being like, yeah, you're making an Xbox version. You know, yeah, you're making it's actually just a PC. Like, and I feel like that's kind of a big deal. Like a little bit. It's a little bit. It's a little big. It's a little big deal. You know, it's a little big deal because I feel like this is. I'm so focused on this because to me, that is Microsoft being like, we are done, bro. Like that is the true signal. Like we are done. Do you understand? You know how we always talk? It's like, is Xbox dead? Oh, I guess Xbox is dead again. It's like, no, dude, this Xbox on PC bullshit, bro. Come on. Like you're telling devs you don't have to make Xbox versions anymore. Like how are you going to convert? I don't know. That's how I'm reading it. They should have done this like 2 gens ago. I mean, that could be true. There's an argument to be made that like it all just really started to go downhill with the Xbox One. And I'm not like, I want to make it clear. Yeah, see, that's Walworth. You're bringing it up. You're saying Helix will be backwards compatible, so they can't do that. Yeah, what the fuck is going on with that? I've been seeing so many people saying that like that's going to be a major problem or something. I don't know. Dude, this is crazy. I'm just shocked. I'm just like, bro, wouldn't it have just been easier to just make another fucking console? Like, I'm serious. At what point is it just easier to make another console? Because I feel like they're trying to thread this needle. And I mean, I guess it's because we still don't, there's so much we still don't know. But, Shadowlink, you're saying MBG, we are finally going to go back to highly optimized games with faster dev time if they don't have to develop for series consoles. I mean, it's not a bad thing for game dev, ultimately, where it's like, you got one less thing to worry about. There was this crazy fucking reply. Dude, I got to read this reply to you guys. I couldn't fucking, I had to block this guy. He pissed me off so much. I'm like, fuck you. I got to read this reply that I got from somebody. And I'm like, okay, bro. John Hipcrate, you're saying Microsoft is strong arming any loyals to upgrade right away. So if they buy Helix, they still get all non-exclusive games. Anyone staying gets left behind. Yeah, that is what it feels like. And again, that's not a bad thing. I think it's just so antithetical. I think that like it's weird to see them go through this process because there is upside to it, practically speaking, for people who are interested in it. Absolutely, there's upside to it. But fuck, man, it feels like what Xbox actually is. It is dead. Like they killed it. Like they're killing it right here, right now, where they're like, bro, you remember what time when we made a fucking bespoke box with a fucking, you know, a specific development environment with a closed ecosystem to bring, you know, to win people over and exclusives and the whole nine. It's like, yeah, I guess this feels like the final send off of like Xbox will live in name. And that's it. Like it's just the name. Because I feel like they could just convert it to, yeah, this is Windows gaming now. Like, we're killing the Xbox brand and we're calling it Windows Gaming or just Microsoft Gaming. And nothing would change. Nothing would change. Windows Gaming on PC. Windows, I don't know, the Windows box. They could do that, and I feel like nothing would change. We have JD Gamer. He says, let's make a couple of things clear. All consoles function as limited access PCs. With that said, Helix will have a hardware/security that allows it full console backwards compatibility. That's the difference. I mean, yeah. All right. So here's my thing though. Like you're not game mode will not have full back compat. Okay, wait. So now you're confusing me with that. Game mode will not have full backward compatibility. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? And John Hipcrit, you're saying what PS5 was supposed to do is leave PS4 behind. I mean, well, that's what's weird. Is like that's what Sony did every time, bro. But that's the nature of live games, I suppose, right? Where it's like all these companies keep saying the changing of player behavior. That's true. Player behavior every time they say it, they're talking about younger audiences addicted to well, I guess you don't have to be young, but it's the live games where it's like, yeah, the change in player behavior is not fucking moving, bro. They're not moving nothing. They're just staying in one place in one game, and they expect every device they have, it doesn't matter if it's a fucking goddamn refrigerator, to be able to play it. And I get from that perspective, it's why it's easier now for Microsoft to embrace this. You're wrong, ABG. The same version of PlayStation 6 will be the same version of Xbox Helix. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, because the PlayStation 6 has its own development environment. Oh, hold on. My chat has to catch up here. I got to read this one reply. Hold on. I got to find this reply. This is crazy. I wonder if I can find it now. Okay, dude. All right, listen. I got to read this. I got to read this post I put out to you guys. It wasn't a crazy post. I don't think it was a crazy post. I actually thought it was a good post. I put it out and I said, next-gen consoles are rumored to be coming holiday 2027. The Sony PlayStation 6, a traditional console experience, will have exclusive games, is rumored to be priced anywhere between $600 and $800. And then I said Microsoft Project Helix, a console PC hybrid, full Windows 11 / multiple storefronts, and the pricing is rumored to be anywhere between 1,000. Oh, for a second, I thought I put 10,000. Okay. Why is that hanging me up? No, that's 1,000. Pricing is rumored to be anywhere between $1,000 and $1,200. And I said, which one are you buying? This guy, listen to this fucking reply. This is where, dude, Twitter triggers me so fucking bad. And I don't have the discipline needed to not read, because I want to read certain people's replies, because I do get a lot of decent and good replies. And I try to heart people's replies that I feel like, yeah, engage with some people, right? But God, it's like I should never read replies, because listen to this shit. This guy says, traditional console experience will be a Damocles sword, my friend. Exclusives, only first party. The money hatting is over. 600 and 800. Where did you get that from? From the same source that says the next Xbox will be $1,200 to $1,500? Seriously? Yes. Dude, why is this motherfucker gaslighting me? Where do you think I got that from? From literally all of the reliable insiders all saying the same thing. Every single fucking one of them. But bro's going to be out here. He's going to be like, well, where'd you hear that, bro? Who's your source? You made that shit up. No, this is literally what's being said. It's just again, but understand this person's tweet is the one that's got all the upvotes and people are agreeing. It's dude, I didn't just make this up. This is what we've been hearing. So I read that and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm just a crazed fanboy out here. I'm making it up. Right? Surely he can't be mad that it like this is actually turning out to probably be true at this point or close to it. But so he calls me out on the pricing, but then he says Project Helix, console PC hybrid with unified GDK, one dev, all devices, bye to parity clause and money hatting, double boost SoC like the Steam Deck and multiple storefronts. And then he says source NIB or NIB. I don't know who that is. And the rest of the Xbox haters. Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, how is my post? This is what blows my mind, where it's like, what the fuck about my post is hating on Xbox, dude? Like, this is a level of insecurity. This is what I'm talking about, where it's like, why are you this defensive over me literally just listing out what we know about these two consoles and asking people which one you thinking about buying, which one you want? Bro just could have said Helix day one, baby. He could have, instead, he's got to like fight me and list all this. And I'm like, this person right here represents the exact types of people that I go off about, where I'm like, you are deranged and delusional, my friend. What are you even talking about, man? Like, I get you're excited about the unified GDK. I get you're excited about the multiple storefronts, but it's like, why are you losing it on me? Because I'm pointing out the reality that everybody, literally every single insider, every person with a modicum of understanding of how, what's going to go into this box is saying this is probably going to be 1K minimum. Dude, I was just like, this can't be fucking real right now, bro. And he keeps talking about the money hatting. Like, bro, what? Okay. So you're going to pay a premium to have access to a storefront that you could already pay a premium for to get around the money hatting. Like, where's the win here, bro? Dude, where's the win? I don't even think it has to do with money hatting. I think it has more to do, like, who's going to tell him? Who's going to fucking tell him? Like, bro, this is not about money hatting as much as it's about developers as they start to see the Xbox platform in the console space collapse. They're going to maybe consider not making Xbox games, bro. Sony ain't going to have to money hat shit. Because one console selling, the other is collapsing, my friend. And we know what happens. We've seen it. It's been well documented. We know what happens when consoles start to go down that slide and they can't recover. We've seen it with the Wii U. We've seen it with Sega. We've seen it with others I can't even remember right now, but we've seen it, bro. And believe me, devs are going to abandon your ass. They're going to walk the fuck away when they see you ain't got no customers, bro. Did Sony's money hatting help Xbox get to that point quicker? Yes. But holy shit. And that's not even the end of the tweet. He has a conclusion. The conclusion to his tweet is Project Helix will be Sony proof. This is what I have to deal with. Guys, for fuck's sake, please, Elon, somebody, please announce that you are no longer monetizing Twitter, that you can't make money on Twitter, because I swear to God, I will be so gone, bro. Like, that's the only thing keeping me here is a little, and it's not even great money either, but it's like, I'll take it, whatever, man. I'll take a couple bucks, but is it worth this? Is it worth this? Conclusion. He says, conclusion, Project Helix will be Sony proof. No more third-party exclusives locking, and no more parity clauses. Microsoft has unified not only the GDK, but also how PC games will be developed from now on. The key strategy here is making life easier for devs, and the traditional console model will be a parallel development that will cause an extra cost. In few words, the PlayStation 6 will be the new Series S.
Holy shit.
His conclusion, the PlayStation 6 will be the new Series S. In the end, meanwhile, he's saying this while the fucking Switch 2 exists, bro. Dude, I can't deal with the retardation. I'm sorry. What is happening to society? What is happening to society? That like this is, again, man, I need to emphasize this person got thousands of views on their reply and the most amount of upvotes. Like, how are people agreeing with this? Like, it's not the stupidity of the individual. I don't ever doubt the stupidity of a single individual, but it's the stupidity of so many other individuals that are like, yeah, it's gonna be new Series S, bro. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Like, it's got to be some high level troll, or it's actually real. Like, I want to believe it's not real. Like, I want to believe I'm just being like intensely trolled right now. Like, look at how upset he's getting because of my stupid tweet. It's like, I know it doesn't make any sense. That's the point. But I feel like it's real. That's the thing that gets me. It's like, I know it's real. I know it's real because I see it all the time. It's like, guys, I just asked you which one you wanted to buy, bro. I just asked them which one they wanted to buy. Do you want the Helix or do you want the PS6? I'm going to tell you why the PS6 is the Series S. It's like, okay. He says, in the end, the PlayStation 6 will be marginalized for being a traditional console that requires extra dev time and money. Lock it in. I had to reply to this guy. I did. I fell for the bait. I replied to him, and I said, it is staggering how there are still people like this who believe Sony doesn't know what they're doing in the console market. But also, and here's the important part, but they also have immense faith in what Microsoft is doing. So I said, yes, Sony is cooked. Helix is going to be the next big thing. You win. In conclusion, Sony's cooked. Helix is the next big thing. I'm sorry, bro. I just had to get that off my chest because I can't believe it. Like, I'm still in disbelief. I'm like, bro, I got motherfuckers out here. This is why I get the way I do, because I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm staying in my lane mostly, but when it's relevant, I'm just like, I'm keeping it up to date with some of the news. Because you know when it comes like, don't you dare talk about fucking Helix, bro. Don't you dare even insinuate that Helix is going to be $1,000 console, a $1,500 console. It's like, bro, okay, whatever you say, man. Why am I see, this is why I can't do evening streams. This happens every time. Every time I do evening streams, at some point, I just start to get worked up, bro. This is like my normal workout time. I'm supposed to be pumping iron. And I'm over here like getting triggered. It doesn't matter. John Hipcrit, you're saying, funny you expect to find normal people on X, Elon Sims. Listen, dude, I read a post on Twitter. I was just scrolling and it was a single line and somebody said this place is literally a mental illness farm. And I'm like, yes. That might be the best description of X that I've ever seen. It is a mental illness farm. It's so bad. I'm laughing, but it's not funny. Like, I have to think hard about what I'm going to do. I've been saying this for years, and I know I'm weak. I'm weak, damn it. But it's getting worse. I didn't think it could get worse. It's getting worse. It's so bad over there. And you say here, John Hipcrit, we know the Switch 2 will never be a place for serious third-party games. So to be fair, in a way, the PlayStation 6 will be the worst version of any high-end third-party game now. And so from that standpoint, sure. It's like if we want to look at it as we're not really counting the Switch, sure. I think that's kind of, I'm not going to lie. I feel like that's getting way too semantical and like people are like, that's kind of bullshit. But I can entertain it. Like I can roll with that. It's like, all right, we're not going to take the Switch 2 too seriously. But here's my thing. Here's my thing though, is it's like, what's that going to matter if we've reached the end game? Do you get what I'm saying? Where it's like, we've already been kind of having these. It's like trying to compare PS5 and Series X versions now. Who's doing that? Or you know what? I got one for you. I just watched, because I was actually interested in it. I don't normally watch Digital Foundry's videos on PC, but they did a PC path tracing breakdown for Resident Evil. And because I'm like, yeah, dude, every time I've seen path tracing, I'm like, it looks damn good. And I want to, like, knowing that path tracing is going to be a big part of next gen, I'm going to watch this. And yes, it's like, wow, I can really see that difference. Like, you're showing me ray tracing turned on versus here's like path tracing on a high end rig. And it's like, wow, that looks really good. Like, it does make such a big difference in the presentation of the game. But, like, that's the thing right there, bro. If the PS6 is going to offer, like, yeah, you could play games at 4K 60 with, like, a little bit of path tracing or something, as long as they're optimized. And then, if you're on Helix, it's like Helix is the equivalent of a high-end PC. Yeah, you're going to be able to get pretty much the same thing. So, like, the question at that point becomes, well, there's two questions. So, like, without yelling and raging, I'm got my rant out of the way. Boss is like, calm down, man. MBG, it's kind of sad that you started streaming late after Rich Rod was booted. Okay, hold on. And that's what he wanted, Savage. Rich Rod was not booted. Nobody was booted, bro. Rich Rod, not Gaming Survivor, but especially not Rich Rod. Gaming Survivor got unmodded, but Rich Rod, bro, we're going to get to that, Tarnished. We are. He was not booted. Like, dude. Boss, are you okay? He was not. Dude, literally nothing happened with Rich Rod. He said he was retiring. He said that, bro. He's probably listening right now. I see you, Rich. I know you're here, Rich. Don't think I don't know. He's here right now. Boss needs emotional support. Boss is very concerned. He's like, why are you yelling so much, man? Boss, are you serious? All right. What do you want from me? He wants to know where Corey's been. That's what he wants to know. Rich retired. MBG real-time example of different perspectives. Boss needs a friend. He's got friends. I don't know what he's doing. You know what? You want more treats, bro. I can't give you more treats. Okay. Come on. I can't give you more treats. You had enough. You're going to get sick. He's trying to overcompensate now. Look at him. He thinks he's getting more. Boss, I can't. Chat, should I give Boss a few more treats? Look at him. Look at how desperate he is. Before we continue, should I give him a few more, or should I just leave him be? Boss, he senses my anger today. No, he doesn't. He just hears me getting loud, and he's like, treats. More treats. What happened with Gaming Survivor in the chat? It wasn't anything too serious. He was just getting very argumentative with people. And I was like, telling him, like, I'm going to unmod you. And he's like, do it, unmod me. And I did. But I don't know, man. Like, sometimes I think my energy fluctuates and I give the wrong message to people or something. I always try to advocate, like, let's be chill. Let's calm down. But, all right, I'm just going to give him a couple. I can't take this. This is it. You're cut off after this, bro. You're addicted. That's it. I'm only giving you a few. That's it. We're done. I just gave you like 6. Don't ask for any more. What is Clark eating your food, bro? Yeah, I don't know why he's so hungry. Like, I feed him every morning. All right. Make sure I didn't miss any. So just to go back to the conversation, because the idea that the PlayStation 6 is going to be kind of like isolated, right? And I always kind of assumed this may have been Microsoft's bigger play, where it's like, all right, if we can't beat them and we can't join them, then let's make them irrelevant. And it's like, good luck. Yeah, good luck. No, I'm serious. Like the biggest thing. I'm going to read this one more time, and I'm going to actually explain to you, even though I know most of you guys already know, but just in case, and anybody who maybe is taking what this guy is saying seriously, I'm going to explain to you why this is the epitome of delusion. Okay. I'm going to reread it one more time. He says, conclusion, Project Helix will be Sony proof. No more third-party exclusive locking and no more parity clauses. Microsoft has unified not only the GDK, but also how PC games will be developed from now on. The key strategy here is making life easier for devs, and the traditional console model will be a parallel development that will cause extra cost. In a few words, PS6 will be the new Series S. In the end, PS6 will be marginalized for being a traditional console that requires extra dev time and money. The greatest delusion here is that developers like making games for PlayStation. Do you know why? Because they sell their games on PlayStation, because they make immense amounts of money on PlayStation. The PlayStation Store is immensely successful. Like, the delusion here is that, and I've seen this time and time again, because for some reason Microsoft has brainwashed and convinced a certain group of Xbox fans that PlayStation's in a bad position too. And it's like, you guys got to face reality at some point. Like, I'm not saying you got to like PlayStation. You can hate PlayStation. You can want to see PlayStation erased. I don't care. But you need to, like, people need to get away from this delusion that Microsoft was the one who failed here, not Sony, not Nintendo, Microsoft. And when we can establish that, we can begin to break out of this delusion where it's like, what Microsoft is doing is viable in a sense. But when you realize that the only reason they're doing it is because they are forced to do it, because they have no choice, because the alternative is what we've already seen for like 4 generations. And the last one, we see how it's ending. It's just this idea that like people are looking at what Microsoft is doing and trying to give them this insane credit where it's like, they're going to fucking not revolutionizing anything, dude. They're doing what Steam already does. They're doing what every PC marketplace has already been doing for years. But just because they're slapping the Xbox logo on it and making their own hardware, which they've already done for years, but now they're just making it even easier by just making it a PC and not trying to make it custom in any significant way. And they're not doing it to try to bring people into a locked ecosystem. Again, Microsoft is just embracing something that's already existed for decades. And there's this crazy notion that that people have deluded themselves with where it's like, well, this is what it's going to take for people to realize, you know what, maybe console gaming does suck. Maybe we should stop caring. Maybe we should forsake console gaming, to where this person even deluded themselves to the point where they think developers are going to lead PlayStation. It's like, are you fucking retarded? Like, I'm serious. It's like, are you? I'll answer. You are. I'm sorry. But it's like, what? It's like if we were sitting here watching PS5 sales slowing down, falling off a cliff, people, leaving PlayStation en masse, developers skipping PlayStation, developers constantly complaining about how difficult it is to develop for PlayStation, this conversation would be completely different. Those would be major problems that, like, yes, this is happening, and this is gonna be what starts to slowly erode PlayStation because they didn't get their shit together. It's the opposite. It's the literal opposite of that. That's what I can't get over. Where it's like, people need to break out of this delusion, man. People need to break out of this delusion that, like, again, be happy for what Microsoft is doing and be excited. Don't come to me trying to gaslight yourself, me, and everybody who's watching that like somehow the PlayStation 6 is going to be in this fucking crazy, like, oh man, the PlayStation 6 is a detriment to the industry. Like, bro, have you not been paying attention? Clearly you haven't, because you've been too busy listening to every PR statement and eating it up, at breakfast that Microsoft's been feeding you. Okay. If that's what you want to, if that's what they want to believe, then they can believe it. But man, I can't stand to see it anymore. Like, take it somewhere else. Go take it to the people. Go make your own little group. That people love to do that. Make your group and tell yourselves that that's what this is. But don't be surprised when your delusion is abruptly shattered when it turns out like, oh, the PlayStation 6 actually is selling. Yeah, people are buying PlayStations and devs are actually making games for PlayStation and they look really good. They look good. They're well optimized. What's going on? Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who could have seen that one coming. I'm just saying, man, people are trying to take shit away from PlayStation and it makes no sense. Like, again, if we were looking at something going badly, that would be different. I would be, if not in agreement, at the very least, I'd be like, yeah, I could see where you're coming from, but come on, man. Like, do I need to fucking remind people? Like, they're going to have to make me pull this goddamn card. It's like, bro, if Helix... Do I need to remind people GTA 6, bro. A game bigger than any game ever in the history of video games is not launching on PC, and there is no release date for PC. But you know what it is launching on? PlayStation 5. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about right there, is people will look that fact dead in the face. Yeah, I think the PS6 might be in trouble, man. I think the PS6 might be the Series S of the next gen. It's like, okay, yeah. Okay, bro. I'm just saying. All right. All right, I'm a little bit behind on the super chats. Sorry, I'm just in rant. My blood sugars are very low right now, dude. I'm starving. I'm crashing out in every sense of the word. Alex says Moore's Law is dead. Said you can make games for the new Xbox. So you might have to not just PC ports, but for the new console. But I'm fairly certain, now correct me if I'm wrong, I will go watch his video, and I'm hoping that when I go watch that video later on today on my own, who knows, I'll have a completely different perspective on this, but surely he means Xbox Series X and S versions of games. There are not going to be like Xbox Helix versions. They're going to be Windows versions, right? Because, dude, if that's true, if what you just said is true, then my understanding of this is totally wrong. It's like we're unifying the GDK. In other words, when you make a PC game, you just made an Xbox game. So, in other words, you just took Xbox and dumped it into the PC ecosystem and said, there it is. This would be the equivalent of if PlayStation went to Windows PC and said, your PC is a PlayStation now. We're going to make the PC, we're going to embrace that. We're going to add PC to our PlayStation dev environment. So now when you make a PlayStation game, you're also making a PC game. But it's like, I don't think Sony can do that, to be honest, because like they don't have a presence on PC. So it's like, well, that doesn't even make any sense. John Hipcrit, you're saying, but the console version has always been the worst version. You are taking this to heart, MBG. LOL. Without Xbox, it just leaves Sony alone now in that regard. It doesn't change anything other than that. Well, I mean, yeah, but but at the same time, man, it's like, I guess here's what it comes down to, John, right? In my perspective, this is just Microsoft. And this is also why it depresses me just a little bit. But to me, so it's like, what are we really going back to here? It's like, what are we you know what we're going back to? We're going back to the PlayStation 1. Ironically. Like, like, think about it for a second. There was the PlayStation 1 and there was the Nintendo 64, and there was no Xbox. But there, you know what else? You know what there was, though? Alongside the PlayStation 1 and the N64, there was PC gaming on Windows computers. You know, I feel like that's literally what we're going back to here. And I think that's okay. Like, I don't see a problem there, you know? I think that there is the brand Xbox. It will still exist, but I just don't think Microsoft is going to be able to get around the truth and the reality that, like, everybody's eventually going to see it for what it is, where it's like, you're selling us a PC with backwards compatibility. And listen, if you're that Xbox player that's like, yeah, I bought 4 generations of Xbox consoles and I have all these Xbox games. I have 360 games. I have OG Xbox games. And Microsoft is like, we're going to let you take them over to this PC we're selling you. You know, we have to make like a little custom boot up for it and whatever, and that's fine. And that's how we'll do it. But it's like, if that's what they're offering you and that's enough to win you over, where it's like, okay, now I'm ready to embrace PC as long as you're telling me I can take this with me, that makes total sense. But this is the off ramp, man. It absolutely is the off ramp. And when we talk about the PlayStation 6 kind of being in isolation, then what that brings it down to, then it's in Sony's hands. It's like, Sony, you are, for all intents and purposes, like the leader of the console market. Like, sure, we can talk about the Switch 2, but it is true what you say, where it's like the Switch 2 is kind of like a unique device that exists in its own space, you know? Where it's not trying to be PlayStation. It's also not trying to be PC. It's just its own thing. And I think Sony is just going to have to do what they've always done. This is why it always comes back to this. And this is why I do take it to heart. Because I guess what I take to heart is people making it sound like Sony going back to doing what they do best as a bad thing. And I'm like, that's not a bad thing. At least not for me. That's an amazing thing. Where it's like, you know what Sony does best is they realize, like, we're here to appeal to a specific market. Who is that market? It's the market of customers that want a game, and they don't want extreme compromise, but they want a game. But they're unwilling to do so on PC. We want to kind of reach that audience where it's like, we want to reach like more mature gamers. No, and that's no offense to Nintendo, but it's like, we're not trying to copy Nintendo and make like their games, but for our hardware. Although you could say they're getting there with Astro, but I'm just saying, like, PlayStation just being in the space where it's like, we serve the console market. We helped build the console market. We helped grow it. We're going to serve it. That's what I want to see Sony do. That's what I want to see them do. And that's why, like, I do take it to heart when I see, like, you know, people like this where they're trying to make it sound like Sony is the odd one out, like doing something wrong, and people are going to hate them for it. And I'm like, no, like absolutely not, man. I'm just like, at the end of the day, I'm just tired of people making it sound like we all just have to embrace PC gaming. It's like, no, we fucking don't, as long as there are, you know, gaming platform holders that are like, we're not PC gaming. We're not. We're PlayStation. And what that means is you buy a custom piece of hardware to play PlayStation games. It's a gaming machine. That's what it does. And you plug it in under your entertainment center, and that's what it does. And you know what? We got exclusives for it. Like, I'm just tired of people making it seem like there's something fucking wrong with that. I'm tired of that, dude. It's like, if you think there's something wrong with that, guess what? The solution has always been there. It's called PC gaming. It's never not been there. But if you have a problem with it, well, that's too bad because there's millions of people who don't. And that's all I'm trying to say is it always comes back down to the same thing. The, the people who are getting most excited about Helix are PC players, not Xbox players. You see a lot of Xbox players gaslighting themselves into thinking this is what they want, when in reality, I can assure you this isn't what they wanted from Microsoft for the last 4 generations. It's hard to believe it's just suddenly what they want now. This would be the equivalent of if Sony was making a Windows-based console, like a Windows-based PlayStation, and trying to convince you it's not a PC, that they're not going PC, that they're not trying to convert PlayStation players to PC. Come on, man. Like, come on. It's just what frustrates me a little bit, or a lot. It's also because I'm streaming in the evening. Telling you. If it was like 2 p.m. right now, I don't know if I'd be ranting this hard or losing my shit like this. Let me see. We have Grooven with a $5 chat. He says, no matter how many times you say Microsoft failed, they're still a $4 trillion company doing what they want to do with their money. And you're right. But here's what I'm saying. No amount of money could sell them more consoles. That's my point. Microsoft could dump $1 trillion into trying to sell consoles. It won't work. Because this is what it's always come down to, where it's like I've always tried to tell people, like, Microsoft is missing something. I've tried myself to identify what it is, and I've had so many conversations about that. I'm not barking up that tree again, but the fact of the matter is, man, like, no matter how much capital they have, it's like, why can't you sell consoles like they can? Why can't you do that? And God knows Phil Spencer spent the last 14 years of his nearly 40-year career at Microsoft trying to figure out the answer to that. And even he couldn't figure it out. No one could figure it out. No one. Because at some point, it's just like, yeah, man, you just got to call it. Call it. You know? You don't have to wave the white flag, so to speak, but you got to accept, like, and this is what I'm talking about, where it's like, I would be that guy. If I was working at Microsoft, I would be that. If I would be like another Phil Spencer, I'd be like, we can do this, guys. Like, we're going to make another traditional console and we're going to fucking take it to Sony. And then I'm going to get laughed at. And it's going to be like, okay, well, where are your exclusives? And it's like, well, I can't do exclusives because I'll get fired because I'll lose way too much money. It's like, okay, well, then what's your selling point for your console? I don't even know. We got haptic feedback now. It's like, Sony already had that, bro. We got more T-flops? It's like, bro, I got a whole digital library over here at PlayStation and Platinums and shit, and that's where my friends play, and, you know, like, I'm comfortable over here. It's like, what do you want from me? It's like, oh. And I would learn. I would find out the hard way that, like, yeah, dude, Phil, he's not as dumb as people think. Phil said a couple years ago, he said, we lost. Now, I want you to keep in mind, when he said this, he knew this. He didn't just come up with that the day of. He knew it the whole time. He said, we lost the most important generation there was to lose. We lost the Xbox One when everybody was going digital. He knew, in other words, he knew from the moment he took up the mantle that it's over, dude. Like, I can't save this, which is crazy to think. But he tried, you know? Can't blame him for trying. I would have tried too. But that's true. And that's where it's just like, yes, it is. This is why the best thing Microsoft can offer is we can give you Steam. And why do you think they're doing that? Because what they're telling you is we can give you a storefront that you may already be engaged with and have a library established. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough. It's not the worst idea, but it's just, what does that mean? It means, it means you're walking away from your own storefront in favor of another. And it's like, well, Microsoft is still Windows. So, it's still Microsoft. And it's like, yes, but who dominates gaming on Windows? Microsoft? I don't think so. Really, what we're looking at And this is the interesting part about Steam being available on this box. If anything, this is an aggressive play of Microsoft basically starting to make it seem like they want to actually compete with Steam and Valve. And it's like, dude, if you couldn't beat PlayStation, what on God's green earth makes you think you're going to have a chance against fucking Steam, bro? And that's where I end up in this position where I'm like, what is your end game here? I think their end game is to get the fuck out of hardware and just focus on publishing. I think that's their damn end game. Ultimately. Anyway, I'm a little bit behind on the supers here. Hold on, we have JD Gamer saying GTA 6 will be playable and upgraded on the Helix. But who said that? Like what? Like, and I mean this because This is where I must be disconnected. Where it's like, what makes you think that? Like, if you're talking about you can play the eventual PC version of GTA 6 on Helix, yes, you can, and it will be better probably than the PS6 version, presumably. You know, I don't see how it couldn't be. But again, that if that's the logic you're going off of, like you can, like a PC player can say that to me right now, and yes, you're right. You know, like I don't. Again, like I feel like people who are trying to convince themselves that what Helix is going to be, the big win that they're discovering is the win that PC players have all discovered a long time ago. Like that's the funny part about this. That's why PC gamers are like, yeah, guys, we told you. I guess this is the only way you were going to figure it out, but we told you. And I'm not that. Like, I'm the opposite of that. I'm telling you, like, I don't see, like, I'm not saying PC gaming isn't a win. There's a lot of wins to PC gaming. But for me personally, it's like, yeah, no, I'm good. I like console gaming. That's what I prefer. In other words, like, I don't want to be forced to be a PC gamer. I would see that, like, for me, that would feel like a loss because it's like, that's not what I wanted. If I wanted that, I would go to PC gaming. That's the awkward notion of all of this. That's what makes this so awkward. Is it's Microsoft trying to thread that needle of like, we told you not to be PC gamers for 23 fucking years. We convinced you not to go to PC gaming. We convinced you to do console gaming. Now we need to convince you to actually you should go to PC gaming. And that's weird. Not that, but seeing people being like, yeah, we should go to PC gaming. And it's like, but that's not what you wanted. If that's what you wanted, you would have been there already. That's what, like, you're only okay with it now because Xbox said it's okay. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I just have a misread on all of this. I'm sure a lot of people believe I do. Alex, you're saying Moore's Law is Dead said exclusives for Helix. Go watch it. All right, listen, can you, Alex, I don't want to watch this whole video because it's super long, but also I just don't feel right doing that considering he released that video today. Can you tell me the timestamp? Because he has timestamps on his video. Which timestamp does he say that? Because I'll go watch that part. And John Hipcrit, you're saying a lot of talk about fall 2027 being the PC window for GTA 6. Microsoft will probably try to use that in some way, but it'll still not sell the Helix. I mean, look, man, like I would find it hard to believe that this device releases and there's just zero access to GTA 6. I don't fucking believe that for a second. Like I believe what you could see is the Series X version of GTA 6 maybe pumped up a little bit just by the sheer fact that this thing is going to be way more fucking powerful than the Series X. You know what I mean? Where it's like it just automatically kind of boosts it. You're not getting like mods and shit. You know, you're not going to be able to like customize the settings, but it will just, you know, like if there is a I don't know, like if there is like a 60 FPS performance mode, I don't know, like, and it maybe on the Series X it struggles to maintain 60 or something, or on the like on the base PS5, and then you play this Series X version on the Helix, and it's like it maintains a solid 60 the whole time. So maybe something like that I could see. Kind of like if you were to play GTA 6 through backwards compatibility on the PS6, but you'd be still playing the PS5 version. And Sleepy Dad says, what you did to Rich in Gaming Survivor was wrong, man. Rip. I didn't do nothing. Stop it. I know what you're doing. Stop it. I didn't do nothing, bro. Hold on, I'll read that in a second. John Hypocrite says Microsoft can't break into consoles like Sony can't break into the $1 trillion valuation of the likes of Nvidia and Microsoft. Everyone has their lanes and levels. I agree. Yes. Like, I would not trade one for the other. Like, I don't want to see Sony trade in what they have in like, well, this is what'll help us get to become a $1 trillion company. Like, I don't care. I don't care about that. Like, I don't care, bro. Like, Sony, just please. And I fear that because, of course, they're going to go after that. But you are right. You are. And that's why ultimately, like, dude, I want to make it understood. Like, I don't have a problem with what Microsoft is doing. People take it that way. And it should be clear. I would hope, maybe I'm not making myself clear. I have a problem with certain people that I encounter that like just want to fight me on this, where it's like, guys, just admit you're going to PC gaming and you're happy to do so. That, like, just do that and we're all on the same level. But I know why they're not doing that. And this is why my problem isn't with Helix, the device. My problem ultimately is with Microsoft marketing. Always has been. Microsoft is not stupid when it comes to marketing. You know, they are a multi-trillion-dollar company. They know how to fucking play the game. Oh boy, do they know how to play the game. And it infuriates the hell out of me when I see people falling for it. And I'm like, listen, man, there's an easy way around this. Just don't fall for it. Okay? Like, just look at it for what it is. It's like if somebody says, I want you to understand the PS6 is a lesser version of a PC. It's like it's a less powerful, closed, limited version of a PC. I'm like, yes, and that's perfectly fine. I prefer it that way. I have no problem admitting that. Like, I'm not going to say like, no, it's better because of this, and that. Like, I don't care to argue that because that would insinuate that I'm trying to convince a PC player that console's better than PC. Never going to happen. I'm never going to convince. That will never happen. And that's why I just feel like right now, it's just a struggle for me. Like, I like to see Microsoft. I just don't like the way people continue to fall for their marketing, dude. Like these are the same people who want to tell me like, well, don't talk about the SSD when Mark Cerny talks about it again. It's like, okay. Yeah. When Jim Ryan says we believe in generations, sure, okay. I won't fall for it again. But then there's the same people out here like running around being like, let me tell you, bro. Let me tell you why the PS6 is a Series S. I'm like, okay. All right. Groovin, you're saying, well, I have great news for you all. The super Sony fans can sit alone by themselves with no competition in an echo chamber. And we will. We absolutely will. Because you know what? You know what the thing is? Do you know what the super what did you go? The super Sony fans. I like that. I appreciate that because it's different. You didn't say ponies. That's actually different. You know what the super Sony fans have that the Xbox fans don't? Is exactly that. We know that Sony's going to give us a console with exclusives, and we're going to be able to embrace it the way that we've embraced every other, that they've embraced every other generation. Because that's what we want. That's what we're asking for. It's like the person's like, oh, I'm going to tell you my exclusives are antique consumer. Like, I'm slamming the door. I'm like, I don't give a fuck, bro. Get out of my face. I mean, I'm not always like that, but like in this instance, it's like, yeah, I don't care, bro. Like, I want to see Sony come out with a great console and some great exclusives. And if you're gonna, it's like if you want to try to tell me why there's 10 other reasons they shouldn't do that, it's like save it for someone who's gonna listen. Because yes, when the PS6 comes out, you could call it an echo chamber, but I'll tell you what, there's millions and millions of people in that echo chamber. If that's what you want to call it, I don't care. Because you know what we are? We're happy. We're happy to see Sony doing what it is that we expected them to do. To see them doing the thing that they've been doing for generations. And it's the whole reason we're here. That's the thing. It's like, why are you here? Because Sony told you something. Sony said, hey, we got this thing. We want you to buy it and invest in it. And we did. And we liked it. And we're like, this is pretty fucking cool. And they're like, guess what? We're going to keep doing it. Thank you. And I will keep giving you my money as long as you do it because I like it. That's all it comes down, dude. That's all I'm advocating for at the end of the day. It's not saying it's perfect. We got to criticize Sony, of course. But I don't know, man. I think it's just unfair to call it an echo chamber. Like, I think if anything, like the echo chamber exists with a lot of Xbox players who just don't see what's happening for what it is. Like they want to do this thing again where they're like, Microsoft is innovating. They're doing something different and crazy. Like, no, they're like, what the fuck are we talking about? No, they're not. They're doing what they've always done. Look at everything they did up to this point. Like, they fucking floundered, bro. It's just crazy to see the same people that were all about the Series X and the Xbox One X for that matter. I was there for the Xbox One X. I was one of those motherfuckers, bro. Like, to see how they were, and I get it, like, people can change heart. I get that, but it's like, come on, man. Like, there's just certain truths that I feel like people are, I continue to talk about it. And this is the part of Microsoft's marketing that chews me up a little bit. It's not that I don't expect them to market it this way. Like, I get it, man. You got to try to convince console players that not much is changing. Like, this is good. Trust us. That's your job. It's the avid console players, the avid Xbox fans. Avid, is that a word? Let's just make that word up. The diehard Xbox fans. That it's like, you need to admit a truth for the sake of us all. Like, this is why it's weird to see people making it sound like the PlayStation 6 is going to be in some shit. You're being left in the mud. Like, no, we are right where you fucking wish Xbox would be. Because that's where you were. That's why you're there now. That's what drives me nuts, is they're so quick to turn. Because why? Because Microsoft fucking said so. That's what pisses me off. Is they're just so quick to listen to the whistle and fall right in line. It's like, of course you are. It's not that I expect you to fucking go crazy and be like, I'm deleting my profile and I'm leaving Xbox and I'm never engaging with it again. No, don't do that. That's stupid. You invested in it. I get it. You stick with it, but just admit the truth. Admit that you want to see Xbox do what Sony and Nintendo are still doing. They won't admit that. That's what bothers me. That's what pisses me off about this whole conversation, because I'm engaging with these people or they're engaging with me, where it's like, I see right through that shit, bro. Rather than just tell me that I would prefer them to go in this direction, they're not. I've accepted that, and I'm just going to follow where they're taking me. I'm cool with that. I got a library of games. Cool. I will never fight somebody who talks like that, because it's like, yeah, you're being real, and I appreciate that. But it's these people that are trying so hard to run with this messaging where it's like, well, we got to make sure we kind of look down upon the PlayStation and the Nintendo, because that's antiquated console war, these evil companies. It all goes back down to the same fucking thing, where it's like, oh, what? So Microsoft is basically taking a page out of Steam's book now and Valve's book? It's like, oh my God, they're so much better now. Like, Valve was there the whole time, motherfuckers. This is what I mean. Like, the things that you're praising Sony for or Microsoft for have been there this whole time. That's why I don't believe any of you. That's why I don't believe any of this. That's why I feel like it's all fucking fraudulent, because it's like, if you cared about any of that, you would already be there. You would be there right now. You wouldn't even be part of this conversation. All right. Well, let me come back to the chat here. I think I'm still behind on where did Microsoft touch you? I'm gonna show you on my Phil Spencer doll. All right. I don't even know why I'm ranting. I want to be honest. Wait, what's going on with Prince G? Wait, was hold on. Spamming? Oh shit, wait, I don't have my studio up. I can't check it. Hold on, give me 1 second. And I still got a couple of super chats that I haven't read, and we're gonna react to that video. So I'm gonna chill out now a little bit. Show me on the Phil Spencer doll where Microsoft touched you. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so there's a little bit of spam, a little bit. It's all right. Yeah, just also because you're saying bring back our boy gaming survivor. He's not banned. He's never been banned. Oh my god. It's all good. Yeah, no, it's true. I appreciate anybody who is a paying member of my channel. You guys know that. You guys are the backbone of the channel. But, we still have to have rules and guidelines in the chat, and part of that is just don't spam. That's all. Sometimes, and I get it, sometimes people get a little worked up. I get worked up. I'm like spamming my microphone, bro. I'm spamming my words. I get it. And I understand people tend to want to match that energy sometimes, and I'm not going to, I get it. I get it. But spam can just be a problem sometimes. Like in the sense of like, you don't even realize you're spamming. You're just getting so passionate. No way. Gaming Survivor Gate. Oh man. Dude, come on. Come on. Busting my balls here. All right. Hold on. I am still a little bit behind on Rich Rod Gate. Don't even start. I'm a little bit behind on the super chats. Let me catch up here. If I didn't read your super chat, I didn't skip over it. Sorry, I walked away from where the hell did I leave off here? Oh, okay. We have Delwyn Jones. He says another downhill PC on the Xbox console equals 0 millions. Yikes. This is it for the last remaining Xbox fans. PS6 is a home console, and it will definitely sell 20 times more than Helix. These are facts. I mean, you're not wrong, dude. That's the thing. You're not wrong about that. Like, that's the part that, and I know it's like, well, who cares about console sales? It's like Xbox players should have, because that's why the console experience is going bye-bye. Essentially, like it's being rolled up into a PC experience. Fred, no, that's not what happened. He says, damn, I come in to find out you ran Rich Rod. I ran off Rich Rod and deleted Gaming Survivor. What Civil War went down? There was no Civil War. Bro, I don't even know what happened. Gaming Survivor was going crazy in the chat, and Rich Rod was just doing what he always does. For some reason, Rich Rod I don't know. He felt a certain way. I don't know. He's like, I'm going to retire, and I don't know why. Like, he was still dropping his donations with the TTS, and I it was just fine. But maybe, I don't know, maybe he ran out of money. maybe he couldn't do the direct donations anymore. I don't know. He had a reputation to uphold. Read my last message when you see this. Hold on. MBG, hi there, super Sony fan here. I'm gonna have fun in my echo chamber. You go have fun with your Xbox flavored PC. Shoo, go away. Puts Pulse Elite back on. I mean, dude, that's the thing. This is what I mean. Like, the console war is going to go on for it's still going to go on. Clearly, the Xbox, PC, PlayStation console war. I don't know, man. No, that's not what I said. He ran out of money, so you banned him. Pay me to not get banned. You understand? By the way, I don't want to see people disrespecting Whiskey Gaming, bro. Whiskey Gaming's cool. All right, he's an OG. Whiskey Gaming's chill, though. He's chill. But he's gonna, he's gonna do his job as a mod. I don't know. I feel like I struggle to keep my own house in order sometimes. I think that's what it is. I think people get mixed signals from me. They're like, wait, hold on. What are we doing here? We have a civil war here too. Oh, Prince, you get out of pocket sometimes, bro. I see you. Don't think I don't see you, Prince. Don't think I don't. He's gonna be fucking next Rich Rod up in here. No, it's all good, guys. It's all good. No, they do. Whiskey, you're right. No, you're right, Whiskey. It's true. Like, because even I feel that way sometimes. Like, people get rowdy up in this motherfucker. Like, they get rowdy, and it's like, I get rowdy, but, then boss comes over and he calms me down. Venino, thank you. The Moore's Law is dead. 7 minutes and 36 seconds. All right. Let me bring this. I'm probably just going to do the audio version for this. 7 minutes and 36 seconds. Let me bring it up. Although I have to finish reading these super chats first, but let me just bring this up so I don't forget. All right, before I play this, let me make sure. Let's see what super chats I missed here. John Hipcrit says, "Where did Microsoft touch you?" Stephen Nearly says, "Don't know how people, Sarah Bond, call consoles antiquated when you're dead last." Well, I mean, that's the play, right, Stephen? That's the play. Is like, if you can't beat them and you can't join them, then you have to make them seem irrelevant. That's what Microsoft has been trying to do, and it's failed. That's the thing, dude. It reminds me of when there was all this pressure for Sony to go day and date with PlayStation Plus Extra. Do you remember that back in 2021 and 2022? People were going crazy, especially when they found out Bethesda games are going day and date on the Game Pass. And Sony held strong, dude. And it's a good thing they did, because they would have got fucked. Like, dude, they would have got fucked. Like, they knew, like, hell no, bro. Like, Microsoft, you do what you want to do. You keep running with this whole, hey, we're your friend and we're going to eat money. We're not in it for profit gain. No, we want to give you a great deal. It's like, sure, you run with that, but something Sony knew that obviously Microsoft also knew is like, you're going to lose a lot of money on this, and you're going to have to start making money, eventually. And when that day comes, the charade's going to be over. People are you're going to have no choice but to tell the truth. And what happened? What the fuck happened? 50% price increase on Game Pass, bro. Like, this is why, like, the people who were shocked about that, I don't blame them, because they probably actually weren't paying much attention. They're like, oh yeah, I guess Microsoft, they found a way to make it work. But for those of us who were paying attention, we knew, like, dude, this is not working for them. Like, this is why I say, if you care about this stuff, right? It's worth paying a little bit of attention. And I'm not saying you have to. It's up to you how much of an educated consumer you want to be, right? But I pay close attention to this because it's like, yeah, I'm going to have some idea if there's a price. Like Sony said they were going to further monetize their user base rather than have to raise the price of consoles again. And I understand, like, okay, that's not great. I don't want to hear that. But I understand why you're not going to increase the price of your console, because if you increase the price of your console again, it's going to have a hard time selling. And that's the last thing you need to happen. But how are you planning on monetizing your user base? That's why I'm going to be paying attention to what are you doing with your live service games? What about PlayStation Plus? Are you going to increase the PlayStation Plus prices? You know, what's going to go on here? But it's not going to shock me and catch me off guard where it's like, whoa, what are you doing here? Like, where'd this come from? That's why when we saw them, that's why when we saw the 50% price increase, you know, I was like, I'm not even a little bit surprised. I'm shocked it took this long. Wait, hold on. Whoa, hold on. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. Sleepy Dad. I don't know what that last word is, though. It's Sleepy Dad BD3 EP. Like, what's that supposed to be? With a $2 chat, says Rich Rod donated a lot to you. He's not broke, shaking my head. Don't tell me we got Rich Rod on a fucking alt. Don't tell me we got Rich Rod on an alt, bro. Dude, listen, I'm not saying people don't actually leave my channel. People have definitely left my channel, certainly. But I think to some extent they come back where and what I mean by that is, like, I think there are people here that I haven't seen in a long time. They're lurking. They're lurking. Rich, I know you. You can't stay away, Rich. Unless, hold on. This could actually not be Rich. And it could be somebody pretending to be Rich and trying to convince me. I got to be careful. I don't know. And John Hipcrit, you're saying PlayStation Plus rose 33% in price since 2021 without day and date. That is true. But at the same time, though, I will say, not off of firsthand experience because I'm not subscribed to PlayStation Plus. I mean, PlayStation Plus Essential, one of the things that I will absolutely continue to criticize Sony for is them raising the price on PlayStation Plus Essential is fucking bullshit. Okay? I got nothing for that. And that, yeah, I eat that, whatever. It sucks. And I know Sony's not going to change it as long as I continue to do that. So really, what can I bitch about? Right? I'm just being hypocritical at that point. Or not putting my money where my mouth is. But I will say, for the people who, like, I thought about subscribing to PlayStation Plus Extra because I'm like, everybody says it's pretty great. Everybody says, like, it's actually a really good, like, very large selection of games and it's worth the price. But I don't play games like that. So that's why I can't really bring myself to subscribe to it. But I don't know. Maybe one day. But yeah, I'll tell you guys something. I'm going to tell you this right now. This will be shocking if this happens. I haven't. Whoa. Hold on. John Hipcrit says Rich Rod is a oh no, it's Alex viewer. His silence is proof. What? Oh, no, it's all good. You're allowed to watch whoever you want. Who am I to say? Who am I to say? So help me God, I will ban you. No, I'm just kidding. You watch who you want to watch. MBG lady keeps on harassing me. Who, Lady Gamer? No. Lady Gamer would never do that. Um, you got extra, and I like it. I play them on Portal now when I'm outside smoking a cigar. Dude, that sounds nice. That sounds real nice, whiskey. Are you like an avid cigar smoker? Are you a cigar aficionado? I've thought about getting into that, but I'm like, I don't know, man. It seems too classy and sophisticated for me, you know? Like I'm just not, it's too fancy for me. But I do like cigars. Oh, there you go. He says he is. He's got two humidors. You enjoy them. Maybe when I'm older. You also have a pipe. Well, there, dude. They okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. I might get into cigar smoking again, but I don't know. Like, I always worry about that. Like, I know it's like real bad for you, but I don't know. As I get older, it's like everything's bad for me. You know, just existing is bad for my health. Apparently, um, more of a hookah guy. I never smoked a hookah. I've never been interested in it in a hookah. I never did smoke cigarettes either. I'll never smoke cigarettes. I grew up with, God, I smoked a lot of cigarettes in my life through secondhand smoke. And yeah, that's what I worry about, Titus. That is what I worry about. I don't know if it runs in my family at all, but I grew up in a family of smokers, man. It was so bad. The secondhand smoke was so bad that I remember when I would sweat, like at school, I would start to smell like cigarettes. Or maybe it was my clothing where like I'd sweat, but then it would like the sweat would get onto the clothing and it would like, I don't know, produce some kind of not great smell that it just like smelled like cigarettes and I hated it. It was terrible. But yeah, that's true too, whiskey. I mean, maybe it's true though, whiskey, you know? Maybe it's true. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with cancer rates these days. It's weird because like on Twitter, again, every time I'm on X, apparently they found the cure to everything. And I'm like, where? I don't understand. Sleepy Dad says, I'm a fan of the MBG Nation and enjoyed the chaos. Yo, Rich, if you're here, you better reveal yourself. How dare he? All right. I'm gonna play this clip from Moore's Law is Dead though, because this is I realize we're hitting the 3.5 hour mark, and you don't inhale cigars, my guy. Also, it's just a natural tobacco. So that's the whole thing about you're saying you don't inhale cigars. So you just puff on them. Like you just blow into the cigar, right? Because I've always been confused by that because I've smoked cigars a couple times in my life, and every time I have, I'm like, bro, how do you not inhale this thing and enjoy it? At least that's how I felt. You puff on it. That just doesn't that just feel like the ultimate temptation though? Yeah, like I can't. I don't know. I have to look deeper into this. Like, is there a difference between if you're like smoking a cigar and you like you suck in the smoke and you if it's in your mouth and then you blow it out? Is that would be considered inhaling, right? Because you're saying inhaling is when you inhale it into your lungs, but I'm like, well, I don't know. You can get cancer from breathing. That's true. Yeah, there might be black mold everywhere. You know, I don't know. I have to look deeper into this. The proper way to smoke a cigar. You could close off your throat so it doesn't go into your lungs. That sounds difficult. Yeah, I don't know. The few times I've smoked cigars, I'm like, bro, I've tried to just like puff them, but I'm like, I don't know, man. I gotta get that. I gotta get that clean hit of that nicotine. I gotta get that nicotine rush. The tobacco. Cigar smoke is much thicker. Let's see. Yeah, that's true. They're so good though. You have to learn from the master, Arnold. That's true. Yeah. It's like when you sip on a straw before you swallow. Sounds horrible, says Titus. If you start coughing, you inhaled. Interesting. Yeah, see, I have to look into this because I don't remember coughing at all. I don't know. I'll look into it. Now you got me thinking about wanting to smoke a cigar. Maybe soon. Maybe when my basement's finally finished. Celebratory cigar. Can I smoke a cigar on stream? Is that like against YouTube's terms of service? I wouldn't even smoke it right either. I'd be all messed. I don't even know what I'm doing. I end up lighting something on fire. I'd be like, okay. Inhale it and choke live on stream. All right. Let me play. I've been holding off on this now. Let's play this clip from Moore's Law is Dead. You told me to timestamp it at the 7-minute and 32-second mark. He says Xbox Helix GDC analysis. Let's hear it.
Go. So that's cool. By the way, though, that does mean, and I asked developers about this and they agreed, that does mean that Helix exclusives are still possible. I ran this by developers, that you can make a game first for Xbox Helix, and there is still technically some extra work for PC, so who knows, there could still be console exclusives for Xbox Helix. Now look, I still expect 99% of games or more. The developers will put forth the extra 10 to 30% of work to make the game truly a PC game and an Xbox Helix game, but technically it is extra work. Technically, it does seem to me like Helix is still going to kind of be a console. It won't just be a PC.
Then what the fuck is the... Dude, okay. Do developers even fucking know? Dude, at this point, I'm like, dude, I know he's talking to developers, but do they actually even know? Because they just went to the GDC thing. Like, what? What is the point? What are they doing? That's it. I'm officially confused. I'm going to go back and listen to this section. I'm just going to listen to this timestamp section.
What's going on? From what I can tell, Xbox is genuinely making an attempt here to make their Microsoft Game Development Kit, or from now on I'll call it GDK, something where you develop a game for Xbox Helix, and then it's very easy to bolt on the needed stuff to make it run on PC that isn't an Xbox Helix console.
So he has something up on screen here. Says MSI XVC is an update to the packaging system we previously built for Xbox so that it can be used for PC games on Windows 10. It includes all the currently supported Xbox features, such as streaming install, intelligent delivery, and differential content updates. This means that for Xbox game developers, there are no required changes, and that technology and tools are the same. Keep doing what you're doing today. For PC game developers, to the features we built for Xbox, we added new functionality in the gaming runtime to let PC games install redistributable components such as C runtimes and D3D redistributable custom game launchers. What the fuck does any of that even mean? I don't even know what the hell I'm reading here. So you're fucking telling me. You're telling me that Microsoft is out here saying, like, yeah, you could still just make Xbox games if you want. But I guess that kind of makes some sense. But like, who would do that? You know what I mean? Who would do that? Yeah, dude, are they straight up like, we're shipping a console and a PC? Like, literally, it's not a hybrid. It's not a hybrid. It's literally both in one box, which is fucking even, like, that is the most insane thing I've ever heard. I'm starting to think that's what this fucking is, where it's like, no, there's a reason we're calling it a console. It's because it's literally a console, but it's also just a PC. It's literally both. Like, What the fuck, dude? That's like it's like breaking my mind. Like, what even? What does this mean? What does it mean, bro?
This means that devs will need to do a little
Literally, the first thing he says, it means.
extra work to launch their games across Xbox and multiple platforms and truly support PC. But, and I did reach out, developers did confirm this. What they're doing here in the pipeline of development should actually cut down on rework compared to previous gens. A couple of developers that were very skeptical of Helix seem more excited today than they did a week ago. So that's cool. By the way, though, that does mean, and I asked developers about this and they agreed, that does mean that Helix exclusives are still possible.
All right, when he says, I just need to make sure I'm understanding what he's saying correctly. When he says Helix exclusives, he means like we just made an Xbox Helix version and a PS6 version, but no PC version. Right? Like when he says exclusives, he doesn't mean like console exclusives or like exclusivity in the way we think about it, where it's like Halo's exclusive. You get what I'm saying? It's an abomination. Kill it. Kill it with fire. This is weird. This is weird to me. I have to admit, like, this is throwing me for a little bit of a loop, because I'm like, what the fuck is the play here? Like, this is even more confounding than I originally thought, and it was already pretty confounding. Do you think this is why Sony is like, oh, hell no, bro? They're trying to sneak attack a console here. Yo, do you think that's what this is? Do you think this is like Microsoft trying to be like, yeah, bro, we're yeah, it's Steam and PC and Windows, and it's like that, you know, it's a console, but not really. Don't worry about that. Sony's like, I don't know, man. I don't know, Microsoft. Did you really wave the white flag? This is weird. This is some weird shit. John Hipcrit, you're saying only interesting thing they potentially have is the new rumored quick resume that will apparently work on multiple devices now, like from PC to handheld. Yeah, the quick resume feature was one of the more significant things that they offered with the Series X and S that people really did like. But it seems like it kind of, I don't know, it just fell to the wayside. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they leverage that feature, because that was a cool one. A lot of people thought that Sony should implement something like that, and they should. They should. But Microsoft should also implement haptics into their, I don't know if they'll have a next-gen controller. Why would devs waste time when they can make a PS6 and PC version and still get sales on the Helix? Well, that's kind of the question here. Like, is it for The only thing I can figure, like, if I'm really trying to just, well, hold on. JD Gamer says it's not confusing. It's simple. It's a real hybrid, both console and PC. Plus, it gets all the games, and it can have exclusives too. It gets to have it all. Well, I mean, yeah, it is kind of sounding like that, but developers will dictate that, whether that's true or not. You know what I mean? Like, on paper, and what like Moore's Law is Dead is explaining, it is tantalizing in the sense that, like, oh, I can like basically buy a device that I can like flip a switch. Console mode, PC mode. Console mode, PC mode. But it really kind of does go back to what Whiskey was saying, where it's like, what? Oh, right. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the co-pilot thing. It is the question of like, why would a developer make a Helix version? All right, I think I might know the answer. This is the only thing I can figure. I'm just trying to go with logic here. The only thing I can figure is that Microsoft assumes, and I think it's a safe assumption. I mean, it is to a degree a safe assumption, I look at it like this. Wait, it's in the video. Wait, this. All right, yeah. Fuck. I'll play more. I'll just play more of it. You guys are gonna end up making me watch this whole video.
I ran this by developers that you can make a game first for Xbox Helix, and there is still technically some extra work for PC. So who knows? There could still be console exclusives for Xbox Helix. Now, look, I still expect 99% of games or more. The developers will put forth the extra 10 to 30% of work to make the game truly a PC game and an Xbox Helix game. But technically, it is extra work. Technically, it does seem to me like Helix is still going to kind of be a console. It won't just be a PC, and that literally you will boot into Windows 11 and like double click an Xbox Helix app. I don't think that's what it's quite going to be. And actually, this chart here that I'm putting on screen really tells you everything when it comes.
So he's bringing up that exact same picture. This is the picture he just brought up, the one I had. So I guess I have a fucking misunderstanding. Okay, I didn't know he brought up the same exact picture. I'm going to be curious to see what he has to say about this. I have a super chat from Sleepy Dad saying, ban them from Discord too? Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I'm about to delete my fucking... I know who I had to ban from Discord? Some dude named No Fanboy. Ironically. Dude was fanboying it up. I'm not even kidding. I'm like, I didn't want to ban this guy, but all he would do is just post stuff about Xbox. Like, from like Xbox Twitter accounts, like fanboys and shit. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, what? No. I'm tired of this shit. Get this out of here, bro. We're PlayStation fanboys. You said no fanboy, get the fuck out. Fred, make you a server mod? We could probably do that, but I don't even think we need more mods, dude. We don't have a whole lot of people on the Discord. I don't hate Discord, but man, I don't know. I still am just like, whatever. I'm so indifferent to it. Yo, Whiskey Game was like, I'm a band Sleepy. Sleepy's like, I am Rich Rod. I mean, I'm not on Discord. Yeah, I can make you a mod on Discord, Fred. Just remind me before the stream's over. 223 Gaming, a member for 30 months, says, will you be playing Crimson Desert? I was talking about this earlier. I'm not sure yet. I'm in the middle. I might. There's a good chance I will, but I'm not like 100% there yet. John Hipcrit, you're saying he's making it sound confusing. LOL. The PC and Helix versions will be the same. He likely means they could still make Xbox versions, but he says 99% will do it. Well, that's what I want to hear this next part he says, because he's referencing this chart that I have up. And when I look at this chart, it basically tells me, like, yes, the Helix version is a PC version. And then if you want to put in the extra 20 to 30% that Moore's Law just referenced numerous times, that's for the Series X and S versions. Now, I'm going to listen to his next part. Maybe he'll clarify that, but that's what I took from that chart, because that's the same one he brought up. Well, he's saying, like, yeah, he's speculating that 99% of devs won't do that. Or will. I think he said will. Was it won't or will? I think he said they will, actually, because it's not a lot of work. All right, but I'll play more of it. See what else.
To game development for Helix. You see, they put in order the amount of effort you have to put forward to get a game on a given device. And the step one is going to be apparently Xbox Helix. And if you do a tiny bit of extra work, it will now be supported on not just Helix, but also on PC. And then if you optimize it for Ally, you can get it on Xbox Ally X. And then if you put forth even more work, then, that's right, this is the order. They put this out there. I didn't make this chart, they did. If you put more work than you do for Helix and for PC, and then for Xbox Ally X, all of that extra more work, you'll finally get to supporting Xbox Series. And then a little bit more work to that will get you to be cloud streaming compatible.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. Hold on.
And here, we get into why. I believe Xbox is going to be willing to launch a console that plays non-Xbox games while still making sense to them financially next generation. So first of all, I believe that they are hoping that this pathway here that you're seeing is so easy to do that many devs will skip putting their game on Steam and just develop it for Helix and the Windows Store through GDK. Literally, they...
Bro, what? Hold on, did he just say that right? Did I mishear him? Did he say he believes Microsoft believes that many devs will skip making a Steam version? Yo, hold on. What's going on right now? Sleepy Dude says Fred a mod, but not Rich. Wow, that's wrong. Hashtag Rich mod. Yo, Rich trying to have like an alias up in here. He's like, yeah, I'm Sleepy Dad, bro. Wait, I thought I made Rich Rod a, in all seriousness, I thought I made him a mod in the Discord. Did I not? Wait, is Rich Rod even? Yeah, Rich Rod's in the Discord. That's a shame. It's a shame, bro. If Rich Rod was in the Discord right now and said something in the general chat, I'd make him a mod, but he's not here, so maybe another time. Maybe another time, you know? But did I have to like replay that part? Did he just say that like he believes Microsoft believes that they'll skip? Extra work is literally devs messing with sliders. I don't know, bro. I don't know if we want to put this much work in. It can't be that simple. I refuse to believe that shit. That cannot be true because that's too simple. Let me replay this one more time.
Pathway here that you're seeing is so easy to do that many devs will skip putting their game on Steam and just develop it for Helix and the Windows Store through GDK.
Okay, am I out of pocket for saying that that's fucking wild and definitely not going to happen? Like, that to me is like, bro, you might be like, he might be right that Microsoft might believe that, but I'm like, there's no way they actually believe that, right? Like, there's no way the play, because that's what's absurd about what Moore's Law is Dead is saying, is it's absurd to think that the play is, you know what? Why even make a Steam version? We'll just do Helix and Windows Store. I'm like, that's crazy. Ain't no way that's happening. But it's not Moore's Law. It's the fact that he could be right though. Like, is Microsoft that deluded themselves to think that? No, I mean, is Microsoft that fucking nuts? They're like, yeah. It's like it actually happens. Like, it's like Microsoft actually just kills Steam or some shit. It's like, whoa, who saw that one coming? Couldn't kill Sony, but they killed Steam somehow. That's crazy. Well, let me see what else he says.
Literally, they gave a presser on how to port PC games to Xbox Helix in a day. I think they're heavily signaling that their way is easier, and they're just kind of hoping some games aren't on Steam because of it. Second, Xbox is trying to make it easy for devs to get their game cloud streaming compliant. That's another revenue stream they can use to entice devs to ignore Steam. In fact, they're even giving PlayFab for free, a huge financial incentive, at least according to some devs. Some devs says it wouldn't be enough to skip Steam. Another dev said, actually, that's huge, and they would consider it. And now, thirdly, are we sure Steam is supported on Xbox Helix? Because I had multiple chatbots looked, I scoured the web, and contributors Moore's Law is Dead, Kari no Sugata, and Carbon Cry, they looked. No one could find explicit statements that Steam will be supported on Xbox Helix. That continues to just be something some journalists are doing on their own to get clicks for their titles.
You know, I will say that's true. As somebody who's been following this a lot, like, it has not been officially confirmed, you know? In fact, I don't think it ever even leaked out. Like, this isn't like a leak. It's just the assumption is it's there. Like, well, All right. All right. Hold on. To be fair, Microsoft themselves said multiple storefronts. Do we think the plan changed? Do we think it changed? Sarah Bond was the one who said multiple storefronts. Sarah Bond's gone. This is an Xbox marketing nixed. I don't know, bro. Are we starting to fucking see? I'm getting confused as shit now, bro. Now Microsoft's confusing me. I'm like, wait, are you guys going after Sony? I don't know what's happening. Watching Moore's Law is Dead just confused me even more, bro. What is happening? Why can't they just be fucking normal? Why can't Xbox just be fucking normal for once, man? They always got to be weirdo. They got to do their weirdo shit. Goddamn Satya Nadella. This is Asha Sharma's fault. John Hipcrit, you're saying, like Steam Deck, it's just the devs messing with settings to make it run better. Already doing the same with Steam Machine. PC games adapt to hardware. I guess that's what we talk about when we talk about scalability a lot of times. Imagining scalability as, you got to get it right in the sweet spot, I guess that makes sense. I don't know. I don't want to oversimplify it because it's I don't know. I'm not a dev. I already sound stupid enough as it is. Xbox Store and Windows Store, that is multiple. Dude, oh my God, you might be right. That's what they meant. Oh, you thought we meant Steam. Oh, no. We didn't mean Steam. We meant the Windows Store. Come on. Dude, that would be, oh my God, that would change everything. Dude, if Moore's Law might be cooking here, bro, because this would change everything. I listen to Colin Moriarty a lot, and Colin, he's been going off for over a year now about how he doesn't fucking understand why Microsoft would ever put Steam on their box. It literally does nothing but hurt them. It's like when we talked about the idea of playing Sony games on Steam on the Xbox, literally Microsoft gets nothing. But people point out that Windows is already like that. But that's the whole thing that has always eluded me. I'm like, doesn't Microsoft care that they do jack shit in gaming on their own operating system? They have another company, that being Valve, through Steam, that just absolutely puts their boot on their neck. So it's yeah, you have Windows, you have enterprise level software, of course, and you're dominant in that regard in cloud. But in this area, you're basically being told to get fucked by somebody who used to work at Microsoft. I don't know. This is getting interesting. If this box doesn't ship with Steam or if the only other storefront they were talking about was the Windows storefront, that changes things. Now it's oh, okay. You're making more of a play than I thought. That actually starts to make a lot of sense. In which case, it would then make sense why Sony was we're going back to exclusives. I don't know why they do the little clap. They do the little clap. It's Herman signaling. Back to exclusives. Isn't it on their ROG? Oh my God. You're right. You're fucking right. I mean, you are right. Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know. They're fucking smoking crack over there at Microsoft, dude. I don't think they know what they're doing. Did you see that guy, Jason Ronald? Did you guys see his beard? Who trusts that guy? Asha Sharma probably doesn't even trust that guy. She's who's this guy? Could you imagine if Mark Cerny had a beard like that? Yo, Mark Cerny, you got to up your beard game, son. Come on. Oh, man.
And have you read their article. But Xbox has not said Steam will be supported on Helix. And again, It might be supported, but hear me out, all right? Would it really surprise anybody if there's some scheme going on behind the scenes whereby Microsoft creates some sort of Helix approved unified storefront whereby they share some of the profit taking with publishers that are on board? Like, if you're somebody like Ubisoft that wishes you would buy games from them directly, or EA who wishes you would buy games from them directly instead of buying them from Steam because Steam takes a 30% cut from every sale of Battlefield 6 on that platform, well, maybe Microsoft would say, hey, if you're willing to just take a 10 or 15% cut and then let us take a 10 or 15% cut, let us share the profits, we will let you be whitelisted for the Xbox Helix store. And that's important because we will be aggressively spamming people in the background of their operating system when they're in console mode with games that are only whitelisted on the Xbox store.
See, I feel like it's an I think he's on to something potentially, but my only problem with what he's saying is that, like, this is, and to be fair, Microsoft could be this diluted. It's like, you have to sell the box, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get where he's coming from, where it's like this great incentive of like the Helix versions, bro, the Helix versions. And that's what's fascinating is like, he's talking about it from this perspective is like, yes, there is like an Xbox console Helix version, but it's like the box has to sell for devs to care. And that's like, I just think the problem here is that is the problem that Microsoft can't overcome. Literally right now. They haven't been able to overcome that this entire generation. So Microsoft undercutting Steam would be fire. I mean, it's possible, but I only see this working. I only see what he's saying working to any extent if there is no actual like Helix only version. It is like, no, like the Helix version is just a PC version, bro. That's the point. It is the Windows version. Like, Helix is Windows. In that case, it's like,
MBG Xbox is going all the way PC. This is a way to cancel physical CDs cause the GDK will handle preservation. But me understanding components at work.
You know what? I just realized I missed a direct donation from Walroar. Walroar, I'm sorry, man. He said, I don't even know if he's still here. I apologize. He says, wait, Xbox has been telling people to play anywhere since 2016. Now you're saying they wanted me on Xbox all this time. Which one is it? Walroar, I'm sorry I'm so late, bro. But that's, I don't even know. I don't even have an answer. I don't even think Microsoft has a clear answer. I don't know I don't think they know what they're doing, bro. I'm going to be honest. I feel like Microsoft is just, they're like, we're going to build it in the air. We're going to build the plane in the air. And I get it. Sometimes you got to do that. But I'm like, I don't know what's happening. You don't. The store would be on PC, says John Hipcrit. Prince G says, us versus them. Let me know when you're ready to throw hands. Oh, man.
And that way you'll get more exposure, and in exchange, share some of the profits with us. And then they do that, and what do? They do not put Steam as a whitelisted partner. And then therefore, they are still taking it to Steam and in direct competition with Steam OS. And they would argue, well, if we have Epic and like Ubisoft and EA, that's going to get us to like 95, 99% of PC games anyways. And, well,
so the more so what he's describing is the most roundabout way to basically have your, like, it's like a launcher. Like, I feel like that's what he's describing, dude. But like, it's, again, it's the most roundabout way where it's like, well, it's not just a launcher, it's a whole device and platform. I don't know. This just seems, leave it, if any of this is true, leave it to Microsoft to just overcomplicate the absolute shit out of all this, bro. Like, I don't know what to think at this point. I'm genuinely, like, I thought I understood what this thing was. Oh, Whiskey Gaming's had enough. Whiskey Gaming's had enough.
This is crazy. His box got more interesting for me. Also, what happened to Dits?
To what? For a sec, I was like, "There's no way it actually just said that," and then I looked, and that's actually there. It's there now. You got it. We're good, Walroy. All right, John Hipcrit, you're saying, I mean, undercutting Steam would be ballsy. They don't have to sell the box because it would just be their universal storefront. They'd never do it. Yeah, I mean, you would assume if that was something they wanted to do, they would have done it a long time ago. Why wait till now? You know? All right, I'll listen to a couple more minutes because it is. I'm gonna have to watch this whole thing on my own.
Maybe this will make it worth it. Now, is a 10 or 15% cut less than they would be making if they sold the game on Xbox Series X or S right now? Sure, but no one wants to buy or play on Xbox Series consoles anymore. And taking a 15% cut from a greater ecosystem that can market that you can play most PC games is really a Hail Mary play that will probably work out better than trying to get people to come back to the Xbox Series consoles because they're never going to. And okay, so one more time, let me make it very clear. I am not saying that I am sure Steam won't be on Xbox Helix, but I will say that anyone in gaming that calls himself a journalist, any interview you have with Asha Sharma or anyone at Xbox, frickin' ask them, can you confirm Steam is going to run on Xbox Helix? Make
I guarantee you the reason why that question hasn't been asked is because anytime before they do an interview, they're told, like, by PR, like, don't ask about Steam. Don't ask. Because it is shocking that it hasn't been asked yet. And there's just so many assumptions being made.
them say it does, because when I look at things behind the scenes here, the removal of this as an Xbox and the removal of some other things, it seems like this might still be a console that tries to pull a fast one on people by not letting you use Steam and take it to Valve. And by the way, even if Steam is allowed on Xbox Helix, everything I just said about their strategy to try to make money despite allowing a competitor on their platform, none of my argument changes. It's still clear Xbox is behind the scenes going to do a bunch of things to try to get developers to not put their games on Steam, and then probably work with special partners to be more front and center on.
So, like, I guess what he's saying here is, like, Microsoft basically traded. Our nemesis was Sony. Now our nemesis is going to be Valve. Now we're friends with Sony. But Valve, Steam, that's our nemesis. I mean, that's an interesting play, considering. All right, I don't know. I mean, you know what? That actually, to be honest, that kind of does make more sense at the end of the day. Oh, Destin did ask. When did he? How long ago was this? And who did he ask? I didn't realize that. Did we get an answer? Did they answer the question? All right, there's one last thing we have to react to here. And then I'm going to have to call it because my throat's hurting, man. Like, I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm yelling too much. Maybe it's just the nature of talking for almost 4.5 hours straight, but my throat's killing me. I wonder if it's the weather. The weather's been fluctuating a lot. It's been up and down all over the place. Never underestimate Microsoft's ability to fuck things up. As in a good way or a bad way. All right. There's one other thing I want to react to here, and this one should be interesting. Let me bring it up. I'm actually gonna have the video of this. So this was IGN, and I don't know. The title got me. Maybe it's clickbait. I don't know. But it's too many cigars. Yeah, right. Dude, I don't know. I haven't smoked a cigar in years. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. Hold on, that's the wrong video. Why? Wait, why is it capturing that? No, that's wrong. Hold on. I have some confusion here. Let me see if I can fix it. Come on, you piece of shit. Why won't you work? Sorry, guys. There we go. I yelled at it. MBG, see a doctor. You may be a hypochondriac. No, I already went through that phase. Yeah, no, for real. Like, I went through multiple phases of thinking there was something very wrong with me, and it's like, you're fine, dude. Or like it's just normal stuff that happens. Wait, how does that make me a hypochondriac though, John Hypocrite? Hold on. I'm just saying my throat's sore from talking for so long. You're making it sound like I sat here and said, "Oh, I got esophageal cancer." Yo, what if I do? Don't fuck with. I don't need this shit. Y'all messing with me. All right. Jokes aside, I got it here. All right. The title of this video is how Project Helix can actually beat the PlayStation 6. Apparently, this is a clip from Unlocked, which I don't watch. And let me pop my chat out over here. Bro, you got something wrong every stream. Listen, man, I'm a basket case. And you know that. You already know. Whatever mental affliction and illness you believe I have, you already know I have it. I just don't want to go to the doctor. I got my Luden's oral demulus lickin. How do you say that? How do you say the word DEMULCENT? A pectin lozenge. Okay? Wild cherry. You guys ever had these? I'm not sponsored, by the way. Maybe they should sponsor me. These things are fucking great. They're basically like candy. The only active ingredient is 2.8 milligrams of pectin. I don't think they do anything. But I'm going to suck on one live. I want to see if it works. Hopefully I don't choke. That'll be the next thing. I'm going to choke to death on my stream. I don't want that to happen. I think it's cool you don't drink or do drugs. Thanks, Capono. Yeah. That's what he thinks. I convinced him. No, I'm just kidding. I really don't. I would tell you if I did. Yeah, I took I think the last thing I took was a muscle relaxant for a spasm I had in my neck. Didn't do shit, dude. I was hoping it would. I'm like, come on. Didn't do shit. All right. No drugs, but I have a glass of whiskey now. MBG, look at Discord. Oh, we got Rich Rod in the Discord, bro. You're late. All right. There you go, Rich. I knew it was you. He says, I will be leaving Discord soon, people. I have nothing to provide to you guys anymore. No views, donos, or participation. Salute, homies. We'll see. I just made you a rod. I just made you a rod. Mod. There we go. He's still going to leave. He's still going to leave. He's not leaving. Rich, you're not allowed to leave. I know where you live. Actually, you probably know where I live. But Rich Rod too cheap to donate. Yeah, what's going on, Rich Rod? What's going on, Rich? Yeah, you too cheap to donate? What's for dinner? How, you got KFC for dinner? Can I just fucking eat it while I stream? I'm not gonna eat KFC while I stream. That's just I'm sorry. All right. Well, I gotta react to this video and then that'll be it. Wrap it up. Eat that chicken, boy. All right. Let's get a move on.
Yep. All right. I've got a little bit here.
Okay. Right off the bat, absolutely no offense to either of these people. I know Ryan McCaffrey. Who the fuck are these guys? Nug? Bro, I am so far out of the fucking loop with IGN that I am legitimately caught off guard right now. I don't know. I only know Ryan McCaffrey. And I'm shocked. He's still doing this thing, bro. Good for him.
Here from, so again, Miranda Sanchez. Miranda's at GDC. She was at Jason Ronald's panel that's now wrapped as we're recording this. So he didn't, basically there's the couple key takeaways from Jason Ronald's GDC presentation about the next generation of Xbox, building for the future with Xbox. One, he said alpha kits, alpha development hardware will go out to developers next year. Now, of course, we don't know when next year, but that, you know, it could be early in the year, and that could still leave the door open for those fall 2020.
I don't know why it's like not playing right. Fred says, MBG, check the Discord. I got a song for you to play. What kind of song, Fred? Is it a normal song? If we have time, Fred, I'll play it before we wrap the stream up. I will be streaming again, hopefully tomorrow, though, about Resident Evil.
27 release rumors to happen, because if we go back to the Xbox 360 days, the alpha kits for that console were out there in the spring of 2005, and they shipped the console in the fall of 2005. I don't quite recall the timeline for either of the last couple generations, but all I'm saying is that alpha kits next year could mean that the thing actually ships by the end of the year, or it could easily mean that it doesn't. So we don't quite know yet, but the possibility remains. And then he did have a slide.
No way, somebody said zoinks.
Our producer Tayo, who's just he's worth $1 million. He's got us, if you're watching on video, he's got on screen right now exactly the thing I'm going to tell you about. But for my audio listeners, so he basically laid out some there weren't numbers, but there was some basic information about what Helix is going to do. So, plays your Xbox console and PC games, powered by a custom AMD system on chip, co-designed for the next generation of DirectX. It's got next-gen ray tracing performance and capabilities. It's got a GPU-directed work graph execution, which I'm not smart enough to know what that is.
Okay, good. Me too.
me either. I just want to be on that. Me either.
And then so for AMD FSR Next plus Project Helix, it is built for the next generation of neural rendering. It's got next generation ML upscaling, new ML multi-frame generation, and next gen ray regeneration for ray tracing and path tracing. And then under the deep texture compression section, it lists neural texture compression and direct storage plus ZSTD. And I have no idea what that means. If anybody wants to help me out, feel free. But all that sounds pretty good. He did say Project Helix is, quote, an order of magnitude improvement on ray tracing performance specifically. So that's pretty cool because we know that there are plenty of Series X games that support ray tracing, but it does come at a noticeable performance cost on both PS5 and Series X on this generation of hardware. So that is ray tracing is something that at least Microsoft plans to continue to lean into. Now, give me your thoughts on what you're seeing here.
If you want my honest opinion, I don't know what half of this really means in terms of what does this mean for the gamers, right? This is
Xbox. The Xbox host's response is the same as MBG's. What the fuck is any of this? What's going on? I don't know anything about what's going on right now. Dude, I'm trying. I thought they were gonna talk about, like, the title literally of this video is how Project Helix can actually beat the PlayStation 6. I'm gonna try to speed it up. I don't know. I don't know.
This is kind of what we were just talking about. Put this in layman's terms as to how this is going to help us. I know FSR is really big right now, but a lot of these specs, I can't get as excited until I kind of see it in real time or in retrospect kind of thing. I don't know if that's just me, but it's just like, what does it mean?
Well, that's just in fairness. Sorry, I got to fix it. Yeah. In fairness, this was a presentation for developers and not for us. Go ahead, fix it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Literally what I was just about to say. Just remember the GDC is not for us. It is for developers. True. It is not meant for me and Junug. We will still be making TikToks and everything else for it, 100%. Saying, "Oh my god, this new thing's coming." But yeah, no, I don't know what any of this means either. Unfortunately, I wish I did. I'm not that smart. But look, I assume it's good. I assume that means we're going to be playing again. I know what ray tracing is, so that's the most important thing, right? Alan Wake 2's ray tracing is absolutely amazing. So give me more games with better ray tracing. I'm in. Perfect. I'm happy. So the one word I recognize there, I'm happy about. Sorted.
The thing that I'm curious on, I'm assuming that they're probably just going to do one version of this, and if that is the case, I think that's going to be great. But like, how will, I guess, developers take this information for like third-party titles, right? Is that something that they consider? Like, hey, is this going to be a little bit better on the Xbox than it is on the PlayStation because maybe PlayStation doesn't release at the same time? Or hey, is this going to be better because Xbox has a better FSR than PlayStation has the PSR? And if that's the case, that's fantastic because now you're even more enticed to get the Xbox if that is the route that they're taking.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought. I'm glad you brought that up. I guess that can be kind of one of our last points as we wind this down. But I hadn't even thought about the whole multi-SKU strategy and whether there would be like a more affordable version of this. I mean, my gut says no. That they'll just focus on one machine. No, well, you think they're going to try and put out a cheaper version of this?
History has shown they've done it with their last two products, with the handhelds and with the Series X and S. And maybe they're like, hey, we're going to have like a cheaper version just to get you into the ecosystem. But I thought about it because I was looking at Crimson Desert when they dropped.
All right. Sorry. This isn't what I thought it was. NBG, IGN, or clickbait merchants. Like, I trust no one that speaks this fast. Yeah, they all speak that fast normally. Yeah, no, okay. I thought it was going to be, you guys can't understand that? I don't know. I thought it was going to be more like them really making a case. It is. I don't know. Maybe they'll talk about it later on, but I'm not going to watch this whole thing. I thought that they were going to, within the first 5 minutes, make a case of like, here's how it can compete against the PS6, but that's not what it is. So, you tried, bro. It's okay. I failed. I failed you guys. I'm so sorry. Damn. What else is there? Is there anything else I can play in place of it? All right, let me type in Xbox Helix. Let's see what comes up. Xbox's future. No. Wait. Dreamcast guy 2 hours ago. Xbox ruins their console with trash AI. RIP Project Helix. Holy shit. Oh my god. And people, bro. Mighty Keef. Did Mighty Keef upload something? Oh, you got Colt Eastwood. This is a game changer? Wait, you're telling me Colt Eastwood likes Project Helix? Yo, wait, hold on. Random ass video from 4 years ago. NVIDIA RTX 3090 BF GPU fire. Hold on, guys. We got our first footage of Project Helix. First ever footage. Bro, it's cooked. It's over. Why did that come up though? Yo, in all seriousness, why the fuck did that come up when I typed in Project Helix? I'm just realizing now that popped up. Lady Gamer, you're heading out now. Yeah, I'm gonna be wrapping this up soon. Elder Scrolls leak pre-alpha footage. What the fuck is YouTube recommending to me right now, dude? Let's see. You know, there's not nearly as much stuff out here for Project Helix as I thought. I'm gonna be honest. All right. Well, yeah, I should come better prepared next time. Okay, I almost clicked on this video until I saw it was an hour long. Project Helix versus PS6, the technical breakthrough Sony simply did not see coming. Oh, I'm so tempted. Oh my god, it's got Asha Sharma wearing a crown. Who is this? Xbox Frontline, bro. We got Xbox Frontline. They still holding that line. They still holding that line. They ain't letting up. Bro, that's crazy. I should make a title like that. Sony will break Microsoft next gen. Sony will bury Microsoft next gen. There we go. Here we go. Project Helix versus PS6, the console wars here. Oh, now we're getting into the console war stuff, but I don't know. All right. That's it. I've had enough. I've had enough of Project Helix. PlayStation 6 all the way. Let's go. Fred, you said you had a song. Is this an inappropriate song, Fred? Now I'm not sure what to expect here. Let me fix my camera. And you said it was in the Discord, right? We'll do MBG, you understood my tip. Indeed. John Hypocrite says, talk PS6 next time? Hell no, bro. You kidding me? Project Helix all the way, baby. I mean, in a bad way. Yeah, wait, guys, wait till you find out. Wait till you find out I got early access to Starfield and they're hooking me up, bro. I'm just kidding. Depends on inappropriate. Well, we did talk PS6. But you know, that's the thing, man. Like, I'm grateful in all seriousness that Microsoft is already out here talking about this stuff. It's going to be painful, man. It's going to be painful knowing that Sony ain't saying shit until like next year. They can't. So what we're going to be able to say about PlayStation 6 is going to be limited to whatever leakers say, because now Microsoft, the marketing has now begun. Microsoft marketing, they're all in. But yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow. I'm going to be talking about Resident Evil 9. Somehow I'm still going to talk about Project Helix. It's living rent free in my head, bro. All right, let me go check this. Fred, which you put it in links? Fred, where did you put the song in music? Here we go. All right, we'll see what this sounds like.
Blood on my jeans, dust in my lungs. Rich Rod rumbling. Yeah, we came from the
No way he made a song about Rich Rod.
Pulled up Maine, chrome grill grinning, tailgate rattling, whole squad winning, cornbread fed. I'm a backwoods beast, got that homegrown rage on a short ass leash. 11 spices, seasoned fists, been taking these licks since I was 6. Channel haters talk big through a screen. Out here they choke on the smoke and the steam. I'm a cornbread fed beast, Kentucky in my veins. Beat down better, got that recipe for pain. 11 spices, herbs in the heat. If you talk that talk, better back it in the street. Rich Rod rolling in a lifted up Chevy. Shotty in the rack, knuckles stay ready. Get down, get
I feel like Rich Rod is the opposite of country, though.
cornbread fed beast, boy. Welcome to the holla side.
Where's Rich? He was in the chat. Okay, Clark.
Caked on his steel-toe boots. Whole life learned how to guard my roots. Granddad taught me, son, don't start it. But if they won't smoke, you finish what started. They clickbait.
Anybody who's heading out,
Screen time clowns, I just
I'll
crank
see you
that
hopefully tomorrow.
Let the tailpipes growl. Big block bark, make the creek bed shake. If you ain't built tough, better pump them brakes. I'm a cornbread fed beast, Kentucky in my veins. Beat down better, got that recipe for
I did make Rich a mod in the Discord, by the way.
pain. If you talk that talk, better back it in the street. Rich Rod rolling in a lifted up Chevy. Shotty in the rack, knuckles stay ready. Get down, get dirty, that's just how we ride. Cornbread fed beast, boy, welcome to the holla side.
Rich Rod would like this song.
Haters in the comments running their mouth. We
I
just
bet he
hit the
would.
gravel road, headed south. Barn like glow, got the
There's only
crew
one
on
lyric
call.
that's missing.
If you
It's the
wanna
lyric about
act tall,
violence.
we can see who falls.
The AI slop. This is why our prices are going up. This is why your component prices are so expensive. Guys, make sure you're hitting that like button, by the way, before we wrap up here. Cornbread fed. Brutal. He has not left the Discord yet, but he is a mod. Will he leave after becoming a mod? Fred, thank you for that, man. That's definitely an interesting, I like it. I like the country style. I was surprised. I wasn't expecting it to be about Rich Rod, but I guess he really got the status of Rich Mod now, at least on Discord. So, Civil War 2.0 coming. We will see. Neural rendering will be the next buzzword from Sony, AMD, and Xbox and Nvidia. Rightly so. It's a clear step change that will result in a huge leap for game graphics and simulations.
Bro, when did the Xbox ROG Ally come out? I feel like it came and went like a fart in the wind. Haven't even heard a peep about it.
Oh, hold on though. Before we head out here, we got Moonshot. I personally think the Xbox ROG Ally was more of a beta test. You know, I think they clearly knew it wasn't going to sell well, and it was going to be a very, very, very low volume device. But I really do think it was kind of their test bed for what they're going to be trying to implement and achieve to a certain extent with Project Helix. That's my guess anyway, because yeah, I can't imagine they were expecting it to do large, big volume sales here at the price points. But yeah, I don't really see anybody talking about it anymore. I know Chris Brown on the channel. He has it. I think he likes it. I've seen like a couple people, but yeah, I don't know, Moonshot. I don't know, bro. was a fun stream tonight. Yeah, I appreciate you guys still showing up. Again, before I wrap up here and head out, I want to just let you guys know that once again, the schedule's a little bit all over the place. I know some people certainly have appreciated me being able to stream a little bit later, but to anybody who is used to the normal schedule, I don't know how much longer it's going to be like this. For now, just to play it conservatively, I'm going to say we'll give it till like the beginning of April. I could see things going back to normal at the beginning of April. But like I said, you'll know it has changed when the background is different. Okay. But with that being said, yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up here tonight, guys. Why is Copilot needed on the Xbox? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. You prefer the late streams? Yeah, I mean, I could try to implement them once we're back to a normal schedule. Maybe like once or twice throughout the week, I could try to alter my schedule a little bit because I do like that people who are normally not able to tune in live are able to do so. But at the same time, I know some people don't want to miss the live streams and they're like changing their schedule with me, and I feel bad about that. Sorry, Tarnished. Yeah, no memberships for you today, but we'll be back here tomorrow. I think as long as nothing pops up tomorrow, if you don't see me tomorrow, it just means something popped up. But as long as something doesn't pop up, I think I want to do my Resident Evil 9 spoiler cast. I think it's time. I don't have the platinum yet, but I'm doing my final playthrough, and I really just want to do a review of it. People have been asking me to do more game reviews and stuff, and yeah, I want to go over that with you in depth, guys. For those of you who played it or just interested in talking about it. No, I didn't discuss the PlayStation lawsuit. I didn't really look into that. I'm not sure. Hasn't that been going on for like years now or something? I think it's some kind of somebody's suing Sony for something. Yeah. And we got Michael. Michael Wozniak comes in. He drops a single gift, perhaps trying to get a single train going before we wrap up. It's happened. It's happened. Will somebody follow up with another single? I think he's trying to get Tarnished a membership. Michael, thank you for that, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll add that to the goal. I'll give it like a minute here. I'll see if anybody wants to follow it up. He says, I showed up late. I'm glad you showed up at all. Sometimes when people see the singles. Oh, by the way, I wish I could. Big Tech wasn't here tonight. I don't think he was here tonight. I wish he was. I wanted to ask him what happened with his. Because the last stream I did, Big Tech was here. He said he tried to drop 10 memberships and they took the money, but the memberships never went through. And I wanted to ask him if what was up with that. Like, did he get refunded or not? He should have. And Michael comes in, he drops another single. Michael, he's like, I'm going to do the single train, bro. I'm going to do the thing. Michael, thank you, man. That brings us to 27. So, yeah, we're going to, where are we at here? So, we're over the 4.5 hour mark. Guys, we'll do, I tried to react to the IGN video. It wasn't very good. He says, let's go. He wants the member train. I'll keep it. He got hit with a chargeback. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. I'll keep the stream up for like another minute. We'll see how many single gifts can we get before we wrap up here, because I'm fading here, bro. I'm fading. But I really appreciate all the support you guys have shown today. A lot of super chats. I gotta say, we got a lot of super chats today. Thank you all so much for that. Definitely keeping the conversation going and keeping it interesting. But we also have gotten memberships. Right now we got 27. Thank you all for that. And anybody who dropped direct donations, really, I appreciate all the support you guys show. It's times like this when my schedule's all messed up and I can't stream as much. I start to get a little bit nervous. Like, is everything going to be okay or not? And you guys still show up and support. And Michael comes in, he drops another single. He's doing the single train on his own. He's like, anybody? He's trying. He's fishing. He's fishing. Today was a 3 combo chat. Who's going to follow Michael here, bro? He dropped 3 singles. He wants to get at least one more single. Who should we? Rich Rod, where you at, bro? I made you mod. Now drop a single. We'll see. We'll see if somebody follows it up. Unfortunately, Tarnished, he still didn't get one though. Oh, whatever the PS6 is, I just hope it's a PlayStation. Is that video actually good, Tarnished? Did you watch it yet? because I just tried watching a clip from Podcast Unlocked, and like, no offense to them, but like we were having a hard time, you know. I couldn't really riff off of it or anything. So, well, Michael, unfortunately, I don't think anybody's going to be following up. I think most people left because I told them like 4 times that we were ending the stream. So, I guess this will be a good place. We could wrap at 28 members. Michael, thank you for dropping a couple singles at the end here, man. It's a good video. It's from the Irish guy. It's really good. All right, yeah, maybe we could check that out on Sunday. And Michael's dropping another single. He's like, "You ain't leaving yet, MBG." Michael, you trying to make it 30? Is that what you're trying? Oh, there we go. He got it. Titus is like, MBG making me pull out my damn wallet again. God damn it. Yo, Michael dropped another single, and Titus, he did it. He followed it up. He dropped the single for him. That's what he was fishing for. And thank you. That got us to 30, guys. I appreciate that. And yeah, any of you guys who are paying members, if you're a monthly paying member, thank you. Just know that you being a paying member, you're literally, again, you're letting me do my job to run this channel, to be able to do these streams and make the videos and everything else that goes with it. So if you enjoy the content and you are a paying member, thank you. You are the backbone. And for those of you who are gifting memberships, same thing applies. Super chats. Yeah, Michael, you're not even a member. We got to get Michael a membership. What's going on, bro? You can apparently gift yourself. That is a thing that happens. And Tyler McCrew with a $5 chat says, FYI, typing in box GDC and loads of coverage pop up because Xbox's GDC talk this week were not only about Helix, but everything. Well, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the coming months, man. Sony obviously has their plans, dude. And I think we do need to kind of keep in mind when we have these conversations. I mean, I'm talking a lot about Xbox and Helix and the implications of what they're doing, but people would be wise, in my opinion, to not underestimate when Sony decides it's time for them to talk. It's time for them to ignite the hype machine and kickstart the marketing and really start to try to get people excited for the PlayStation 6. I don't think people should underestimate that. Not saying assume it's going to work on you, but they definitely have some plans. They both do. And it's going to be fun to watch. But oh yeah, Titus, by the way, you grabbed. Yeah. Sony needs to go in big. They do. No, I hear you, Tyler. I hear you, bro. No, it'll be interesting. Yeah, Microsoft is taking a very different approach. But all right, guys, this is definitely where I'm going to wrap it up because I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit here. I can feel it, and I got to go eat some chicken. So thank you all so much. I also want to make sure to give a big shout out. It's worth noting the timestamps might be late. I should have said this earlier. Sometimes Devil Shooter, he can't do them right away on Fridays. So there's no rush. Devil Shooter, take your time. But shout out to Devil Shooter nonetheless for doing the timestamps for all the streams. Really appreciate what he does. And yeah, that's it, guys. Show him some love and thanks when you see him with the timestamps. Hit the like button on your way out. Hopefully we'll be back here tomorrow and Sunday. And that's it. So, guys, enjoy the rest of your evening or night. And I will catch you all in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone.